I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Happy Wednesday, everyone.
What's going on?
And I made lots of profits this morning in pre-market and Globex, so I'm feeling good. Winning. Oh, nice. You can't see my winning sign. Yes. So I'm feeling good. Trying to drink more coffee though. I need more. How are you guys?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Trying to stay away from the kids. They're a little sick right now. They got that fall fever or whatever it is. So trying to lock myself in the room so I don't get sick.
Hard to do.
Yeah, no. Yeah. It's especially hard to do. So we'll see what happens. You know, if I'm rain or shine, I'm pretty much here unless it's, you know, something crazy.
Yes, company man. Thanks for always being here, Nick and Barbie. Barbie, how's your morning going?
Going good. I've had my mom hat on, a ranger hat and then mom hat, so now it's time to do trading.
Survived.
Yeah.
Okay, who'd like to get us started first, Nick or Barbie?
Yeah, I'll go ahead here. See what I can pull up. Okay. All right. So I just had someone just send me a message here. So I marked this off last night going into what's up, chat? How y'all doing? Let's say good morning, chat. Okay. Make sure y'all like the stream. If you don't like ICT, like the stream. There you go. So, all right. So the 4 hour here is something I marked off yesterday. The daily kind of looks a little chopped to me. Like ever since really Thursday, we banned this range for a little bit. We did have that big move down yesterday, so I'm kind of hoping that we can get some follow through from there. Because if we get some follow through, that could, you know, get us out of this consolidation. Now I'm kind of embarrassed today. I think we could reach down to this Thursday and Friday low on NQ, and we have some displacement to work from. We have a gap to work from, and we have a good draw to reach for. Now, in a bullish market, I wouldn't really anticipate we go through this 4 hour gap. That's why I marked off a bearish gap and a bullish gap, because I can see something like this happening, where it just kind of comes down, sweeps, takes out the low, and then we make a move back to all-time highs Thursday, Friday. So I think I'm going to be looking for us to eject from this level 25,073 down to 24,923. And then on ES, we're in the gap right now, which is 67. That's kind of funny. Down to 67.42. Oh, I know. Down to here. Now, when we run this low, I don't think we're going to get a huge candle like this one we had yesterday down here and just take out this bullish gap. I think we're going to come down, wick below this low, and then like close above it. So I'll be interested to see what happens, but kind of bearish on the day. I mean, I'll wait till 9:30 open. Don't think we have any sort of news. Well, we have little man at 2 o'clock. So FOMC meeting minutes. So I'm gonna be waiting until 9:30, 10 o'clock, see if I can catch anything in there. As for gold, I marked off this daily gap, did not come into here. And instead I just started ripping right from 2 a.m. So something you could watch for the remainder of the day is just this hourly gap from 7 a.m. I think it's 7 a.m. Yes. Wait, no, that's a 4 hour chart. I'm sorry. I'd still watch the 4 hour over the hourly. So just gotta change this real quick. 4 hour gap right here. And I know some of you guys like to look at oil, so I'm gonna check that out for y'all. All right. Okay, so oil here on the weekly chart is still in this pretty big consolidation. It doesn't look the best. The daily, however, just a little bit bigger. The daily swept this low, so I want to see if it's going to sweep this low right here. So I remember when gold was in this massive consolidation, I was talking about, you can trade these if you want to, and how you would trade them is you just wait for a close below the high, a failure to close, I'm sorry, above the high, and then you could trade down to here. So you're kind of seeing that here, right? So I'm actually kind of anticipating this to go at least a little bit higher today, maybe up into this daily bearish gap, which would still give you guys room to get long from there. So if I go down to the 4 hour now, I bet I don't know why that's popping up there. Yeah, so there's a 4 hour gap in here on oil that you could potentially watch for. And you look at the structure. The structure is definitely, bullish ever since it ran this low. So, yeah, I could see a pullback on oil. Doesn't mean I'm bearish on it. And then I'd like to see it, turn around from here. That level is 62.05. And then you could look to target up to 63.25. That's something that you could watch for, because you're not really anticipating trend continuation, because we're in a consolidation market. Now, if this would have closed like something like this, like a couple more daily candles just took this out, then you could look to keep playing it, kind of like what we see on gold right now, right? It would run a high or a low. Let me go back out to gold now. So once gold broke this consolidation, it just kept going, and that's how you can play it. Which is oil. You're not getting that right now. So, yeah, no, that's pretty much for me. I did oil, did gold, indices. Wait until 9:30. So, interested to see what Barbie has for me.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah. Well, I thought we should probably start talking about the data. That's where I usually like to start. My screen, maybe. There it is. So we know it's been really boring. And there are potentially some things. I did just want to talk about FOMC meeting minutes. They listed as red folder. That's because sometimes it can really move the market, at least hit your stop losses. Today, that's not really expected. There's certain conditions where this meeting would be higher importance, or that the minutes from it, and that's not today. And so I just wanted to remind everybody the meeting minutes is the actual notes and everything that was going on during that meeting, so it can give us some insight. But pretty much we know what the Fed's looking at right now, so that's not a huge thing. I did even check on, because we're looking for a catalyst right now. I did check on the president's schedule too. Nothing interesting over there either. So, this is the daily chart. So we're pretty obviously in some consolidation up here. It's pretty easy to see where we keep kind of testing and coming back into this little spot here. And that's exactly where we are. So that's kind of exactly what I had drawn the other day. This was from, this was that box, that range that I was talking about yesterday, and kind of potentially what I thought we could do. We didn't get all the way up into that higher part of it, but this box is really the same. This is the consolidation range. And that's why sometimes it gets really frustrating to trade when we're consolidating on the higher time frames, because it's just not giving us this much. So I marked this major level of support on ES at 67.50. That is what held. That was the play I was waiting all day for yesterday too. Would have been nice to literally take the top all the way down to the bottom, but I ended up taking the bottom for a little bit of a bounce. But that's really where I'm trying to frame all of my trades, because until we have a catalyst, we're likely to just keep consolidating, and that's in this area. So the high and the low of the box are obvious breakout points, so I can keep that in mind too. So if we're going to break lower, we just look at the edge of the box. That's the breakout point. That's the major support on the higher time frames. On ES, that's 67.50. There's a similar spot on NASDAQ. That's why I like to have my chart side by side, and I can have the crosshair line up so I can really compare the charts. It makes it real easy to handle both assets. But basically on ES, I'm looking to see, as long as we stay up in this range, we're range trading. If we break out of the range, we're breaking out. So the breakout point's lower, the 6750 level. I have some other levels down here, but I think kind of the main target would be around 6720. That was some really important support previously. And so that's kind of the obvious number that people are going to be kind of having. We want to trade with the big guys. Those are the kind of levels that the big guys are going to be looking at. And we can still even go down into this other support here around 6,700 and still call it a pullback. So that's a very bearish idea short term for today, that we could potentially break out and reach those lows. But it's definitely possible. The thing is, we're always looking for that catalyst, and we don't necessarily have the catalyst yet. Sometimes the catalyst is just the market's ready to move. We're getting impatient and that sort of thing. But in this case, I really think we're waiting for the government shutdown to get over so we can have numbers again. So inside the range, we kind of have some levels to watch, and we're kind of at one of those right now. I was watching, there's a few spots in here. Really, I was kind of watching this range from the other day that's from about 67.63 up to about 67.70, and that's really kind of where we've been trading, or 72. So I'm kind of watching the middle of that around, where does that end up? Where does that put us? Around 67.68. So 67.68 is going to kind of be a good level to kind of watch in here. And we're really kind of at that right now. So within our little box, the problem is we get less and less meat on the bone the closer to the center we get. And that's why range traders are always trying to focus on the edges, kind of like that play I showed yesterday. The one I missed was shorting from the top, and the one I got was longing from the bottom. But that was just basically watching this range. Inside of this range, this is kind of a key level. This is the one that I think could start a bullish scenario, and that's just holding the 67.68. We've got some kind of obvious spots to target up here, and I was getting this idea from the single prints chart. The market, this is a market profile time price opportunity chart, and I have the sessions broken out just because it's a little bit easier to see this way. But we do have some single prints up in here up to around the 67.90. So like we are stretching a little bit because we're in consolidation. But I was thinking, as long as this 67.68 holds, it's likely we go check up into these single prints, which I'm sure lots of other strategies have other things to call this here. But that's kind of that main trade. And then the extension, of course, would be up here. If we break out to the bull side, I think it would be, it could possibly kind of start around the 67.90. I think that's where a lot of, if you're short down here below this level here, you're going to get you're going to be hurting up here, right? So that's where your stop loss is probably going to be if you're trying to do a continuation short. And so that's where we might be able to get a pop over the 6,800. We'll see. So there's kind of the bullish if we break out, the bearish if we break down. Otherwise, we're stuck in this box. And the way that you can lose a lot of money real fast is trying to play around tiny little things inside of here and not zoom out to the hourly and see this whole consolidation is 50 ES points, which is not real exciting to try to get a tiny piece of. So like to put that into perspective sometimes. So that's what I'm kind of looking at for this morning.
I heard you
we got more 6-7
to hold, huh? You wanted that 67 to hold? You wanted that 67?
Yeah, the 6-7. I should have did it 6-7, 6-7-6-7 instead of 6-7-6-8. We could change that. It's not that important.
I'm sure you already changed the prices on your website, so it's all good. If you guys haven't checked out Barbie's website, it's bullbarbie.com. And go check out some of the what she's got on in the shop. You know, a lot of cool apparel,
pretty funny.
A lot of cool accessories, a lot of cool toys on there. You know, just a lot of cool stuff. You know, and the prices on them are pretty. They're very dialed in, I guess you could say.
Thank you, Barbie. Did you guys see the update on the BDH competition? own Matt, Trader's Paradise on the MyFundedFutures show, you guys. Like, he is #1.
I think he had some drama with this too, right? I was trying to keep up with this. I'm not very good at keeping up with these things. But I guess he was down, and now he's all the way back up at the top. Did you follow all that?
No, I didn't.
I didn't know this was going on.
I didn't know it was going on until I saw people talking about it. But Matt was joining on the spot with it, and he had some drama though. I think he broke a rule and he had to like start over. So this is like not even. So it's even more impressive. Actually.
This was like in one day, practically. Then.
Yeah.
Or, oh my gosh, this is so impressive. Everyone started with $5,000 worth of drawdown, and then I think what happened was I don't know like all the details about the drama, but like I know that on the very first day, the numbers were huge. It was like first place person was like 30K. So I think Patrick Whelan implemented a rule where it was like, okay, to make sure that everyone at least has a chance, every single day your daily loss limit will be reset to 5,000. And people were able to reset, like if they blew their account, they were able to start all over. I wonder if that's what it was, Barbie. I'm not sure, but like
it was something to do with that. And I think he didn't understand the rule because it was a weird rule, like not a I don't know. We should probably have him. He'll probably explain it in his session too. But there was some clarification that wasn't clarified, or a change I don't understand on that drawdown. And so so he was up, but then he had to do it again.
Oh my gosh, he is incredible, you guys. $76,000. He is #1 right now. This contest goes until Friday, so hopefully he brings home the trophy.
How many? I mean, a $5,000 account. How many contracts can you take?
10.
Okay, so he did 10. So I mean, he did $200. Oh, that makes sense. If he got a 300-point move, and he had 10 contracts on, that's about $60,000. So yeah, that makes sense. He must have shorted.
Chat's helping clarify that. I don't understand what the rule was either, but
well. Like I didn't know if they started with a 50K account, like how much leverage they have. Because I remember in our competition, we could only do one contract. So I was like, I'm seeing that. I'm like, holy cow, how many contracts could they have? If they can have a net P&L of 76K. Because if you had, it's just sometimes there's just not enough daily range or daily movement on NQ or ES where you could even make that sort of P&L, unless you with a limited number of contracts. So I didn't know about it until. I think I saw him tweet one time about it, but yeah, good for him. We're always winning. We got Terry over here. You got Matt. Yeah.
Winning.
So. No one else winning. Here, right? No one else on this
channel. No one else.
Barbie winning
every
day.
Oh, I'm talking about
every day.
I won mine too, but I mean that was just I was light work on a random week there. Was it nothing crazy?
Just another day.
Mm-hmm.
No. Oh, it's fun. Just fun things. So yeah. So you guys will have to tune in to Matt's show today, and you can ask him lots of questions.
No, I'm probably just gonna call him. It'd be a lot quicker that way. He's got a lot of people in his chat usually when he's on there. So my comment will just be, just like any other person on there. So I don't want to do that.
No, Nick, I was referencing all our trader friends, like who are watching. I was like, yeah, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I like this one.
Someone asked what place is Jay Dunn in. I don't know if he's in there.
I like this one. You won bragging rights, heavy on the bragging.
Yeah, I mean, you just the first word you said
that's
was
his prize.
That was the prize. I didn't need a prize. Like you can't. I didn't need much. Just needed to show up, and do my thing. Nick, the man. Yeah, I know. Let's see. Oh, I like the oil analysis. Yeah, I don't know. People say you can't trade consolidations. I don't like to trade them, but you can. But that is how you would trade them. Nick's so lost 100%, man. You have an ICT logo as your profile picture. It explains everything. So let's see. Haven't really got much movement here.
Yeah. It looks like the
I mean,
overnight range wasn't too big in the NQ. Oh, be interesting to see what happens today.
I would like for us to run out these highs. I would like for us to run out these highs right at open and then have a move lower. So one more run of these highs and then start that movement lower. I don't really have. I really apologize to Barbie. Did you really see anything to the upside there? I was kind of
on ES.
Yeah, like I don't really have any points of interest to work from. You know, to me,
Yeah, I
it
got
looks
single
like
prints up there.
I meant like below us, like anything to. I feel like if we just start going lower, we should be able to go to previous day low pretty quickly. Can you agree with that?
Well, yeah, that's the consolidation box. I mean, it's a 50-point box. It's not real impressive. I'm not impressed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, that is basically the range of yesterday is the range of the consolidation. So there it is. Like, yeah, probably an inside. I'm thinking inside day or, it's probably going to be an inside day. I've got the breakout points, so that's why I kind of set up my plan where I have levels where I can react. But yeah, we're in a range until we're not.
Mm-hmm. The last, like, including today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in NQ, we've been trading, like, touching these prices where we're at right now. What's interesting is yesterday was an outside bar, like an engulfing candle on the daily. I thought that was interesting. It broke out the previous day's high and low.
The previous day, though, that was part of the problem with the previous days. I like to measure these things just so I can keep that in perspective. So Monday, the ES moved 31 points from high to low. And that's not very much compared to what we've been doing. So it's a pretty small move. 0.5%.
Yeah. No, we had the same thing happen, I think 2 weeks ago. On Monday, it exploded higher. And then Tuesday took out the low I'm looking at right here. So Tuesday, it didn't run the low. But throughout Wednesday through Friday, it made a move lower. So
there's reason for everything to consolidate right now with the government shutdown. And so we can have little technical breakouts, but even when we have those technical breakouts without a catalyst, it tends to return to the happy little equilibrium.
Yeah, 100%. Could you imagine? I know I've said this last week, earlier yesterday. Could you imagine if we have CPI and AFP on the same week next week?
On the same day.
Well,
man,
I mean,
it'll be wild.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a catch-up week, and what they'll do is, like, if there's a new number due, they'll put the new one out and they'll give us the previous. So then everything's going to be reacting to two numbers. Plus, they could still have their original revision that's released. So we could be getting a lot of numbers all at once.
Yeah, so I'm gonna check the odds of government shutdown real quick. What's that little?
You looking on Polymart?
Yeah, I'm gonna check count sheet. I think. How long will the government shutdown last? Currently,
That's a good question.
So more than 15 days is at 70%. More than 20 is 57%. Dang. Oh wow. More than 10 days is at 94%. Jeez.
It's usually a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And everyone gets along so well right now. So yeah.
They're forecasting 22.4 days, so 3 weeks.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
So that means all of those the government workers aren't going to get paid during that time?
No, I do think they do have some sort of like a week, a couple days, or a week worth of like a rainy day account. I believe. I think I saw that on Twitter. But after that, no. I mean, majority of the time, like, they don't get paid, and that includes people like park rangers and stuff too. I believe, because they work. So it's jobs you don't really
shut down.
Yeah, you really don't even think. What'd you say?
The parks are shut down. They won't let us have any fun.
Oh man.
Well, Thank God you have a pool, Barbie, and a hot tub. So,
yeah, I kind of made my own park.
yeah, I made your own little park, you know.
And horses.
I got trails and all that too. Don't worry, I'm not hurting. But think about all the canceled vacations. That's what I was thinking about. Like ruined vacations.
Oh wow, airport security too.
Oh yeah. So do you think TSA wants to go to work when they're not getting paid?
No. Oh.
Yeah, no, that's no good at all. Well, I don't think all. I mean, TSA, LAX, government shutdown. I don't think they shut down, right? Because
they show up to work, but they're not getting paid.
Oh, I see. They're showing up for work, but they're not getting paid, but they'll get paid like later when the government.
Well, yeah, they should get caught up. Like hopefully with some like time off, time and a half kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something that they have to work out. Could you imagine like if the government shut down, the first thing it closed were airports, like people stop coming to TSA and stop showing up to Delta? Like like they would have to open the government.
Yeah.
I can't. That's just something that's too big to fail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
it would be an outrage. They'd be like riots.
Yeah, Kevin's here said most federal jobs get back pay. So I mean, they show up, they just don't get paid, like you said, at the 2 weeks. But I mean, most people get paid every 2 weeks anyway. So that still sucks because a lot of Americans live in paycheck to paycheck. So
yeah,
which is
so that's all we need is to throw fuel on those fires.
I saw something yesterday. It said I think 90% of people that call out, they request a PTO, are using it to sleep rather than to go on vacation.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, they just wore out or something, I guess.
Yeah, they just need to recharge instead of actually go on vacation.
No, that's horrible advice. What they need to do is just learn how to trade. Then they don't have to go back to work.
Yes, be our own bosses. I love this.
Yeah.
BYOB. The problem is everyone expects to replace it day one, and you can't replace your income day one in day trading.
True, 100%. BYOB, be your own boss.
That's the way.
Yeah, 100%, Trader Joe, 100%. Okay, let's see. Market open here in a minute and a half. Yeah, I'd like to see a move higher. A move higher would be very nice. Oh, we did get it on ES. So I want to see. I would like for us to just go lower here. That would be because we have an SMT at these highs, but I'm not in market off yet until 9:30. Because look what happened. Let me get some questions in the chat. Let's get some questions.
I don't know about you guys. I'll ask you a question. Has patience been paying you this week? Because that's kind of been what's been keeping my accounts alive and keeping me green at all. Is just patience. PAY patience.
Yes, it has for me, Barbie. Patience is pain.
That's in consolidation. Yeah, consolidation especially. Those breakouts can happen real fast, but consolidation's real slow. You got to be real patient.
Yeah, for me, I've had so much to do. Like I just have to get like random emails or messages pop up. So like I haven't really even, and then I'll finish the email, look at the charts. They haven't moved. Or if they do move, like they just kind of run without me. So I haven't really seen much. I put on my Instagram story last night. I was like, just kind of flat on the week, and they're like, "Dang, bro, I wish I was in your." People are like, "Dang, I wish I was in your position. I already blew 2 accounts." I'm like, doing something does not equate to getting shit done. So, did he press the wrong button?
Thing is, market open. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, never mind. Reversal
ding, ding,
30.
Market open. We're keeping you busy for market open. You gotta go get your reset.
Let us know. Let us know if you got one. There's 3D. There's 30 free resets for grab.
There we go. Lolliot? Is that it right? Got reset.
Let's go. I think your dog got one, Nick. SS got it. Let's go. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, they better go in the kennel.
Mandan got one.
Yeah, I think Winnie over here. Winnie, did you get a free account? Did you get you a little 50K? to get you a little 50K? What are you gonna do? You gonna go get a little pup cup? So invalidation of this 4-hour level will be at 67.84 on ES, and then 25.170 if we get above that within the next 30 minutes, or at 2 o'clock, the next 4-hour candle. Or even honestly, if the 1 hour just gives me something crazy, but I have a feeling it's gonna be quick. If we move lower, I don't think it's gonna be like it was yesterday, where it kind of did downwards consolidation, and then those like yesterday, for example. What was yesterday?
Ooh, market's open.
Yeah, market's open. So I think we're gonna have like a little move, and then I think it'll just run another high and then just dump. So I'm definitely more locked in this morning than I was on Monday, Tuesday. Doesn't mean I'll take a trade, but just kind of I'm watching.
We've got NASDAQ running an ES not, so doing the lopsided thing at open again. That's always fun.
There's no SMT to the highs anymore, so prices ran both of them. So we'll see what happens here. I really don't have a whole lot. Like I really don't have a play for longs. I'm sorry. I need to see an invalidation of this level.
Well, interestingly, NASDAQ's the only one running. Dow and Russell are also kind of tanking. Well, ES isn't tanking, but
YM's dumping pretty hard.
Yeah. And
YM's
Russell.
Wow.
Could be the tell. I'm gonna go put the little kiddos in the kennel. I'll be right back.
That sounds so funny. I put your kids in the kennel. I needed to do that earlier though, because when the 6-7 stuff was happening, I had a middle schooler out here making faces at me.
Oh, it's their favorite thing right now, right? The 6-7.
Yeah, and they think it's funny, and they're annoyed when adults say it. So at the same time, wow, NASDAQ is really pushing here.
Oof.
What a mess, though. Everything else is tanking. I wish I had bonds pulled up right now. But I'm trying to watch the dollar a little bit too. Everything's kind of quiet, honestly. Everything else.
How's the VIX looking, Barbie?
I mean, it's hard to tell when we're just first opening because of the way that the VIX runs, but because the VIX opens with the market. So it has opened and moved lower, but I'm not going to count that first candle as a trend yet. So
patience.
Yeah.
Patience. We want to get paid. So NQ took out the overnight highs. So far, the high is 25,135. Do we
Can't
print?
trade if I don't have my copier on, right?
Oh,
can't do it.
Got to pick the accounts, the selection, the group. What are you thinking for today as far as like how many accounts you're going to group copy trade? If you even take a trade today, Nick?
Probably like 10. It's getting, middle of the week, I'd say like the first part of the week, I'd like to ease into it, not a whole lot. So yeah, that's kind of
Did you say it's a 10 account day?
Let's go.
It's 10 account day. It's 10 account. Because I noticed like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is usually when I catch, well, I'd say Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, usually when I catch the moves, where I make majority of money. So gotta be ready for sure.
Ooh, we do have 80% of people in chat voted yes, they will be trading today.
Okay. Do a thing, chat.
I never know, to be honest. I never know if I'm going to trade today until I see a setup or not.
Yeah. I'm the same way, but I feel pretty good about today. I do. Let's see here. Okay.
I think sometimes we want the signal that today's just going to suck, and we have to tell the future that today's going to suck or today's going to be great. And for me, it's less about that, and it's more about watching the levels and seeing if we get the setups.
Mm-hmm.
I did hop in a short. I might regret this. We shall see. I like the way price was pulling off of that high, and I'm risking above this 5-minute candle. Let's see what happens.
Roberto,
Ooh,
I'm not in
stopped
OKLO
out.
anymore.
Oh, you printed big money on that trade.
Yeah, I was about to say the one that we're excited about today is Rocket Lab.
Rocket Lab?
This one we got in a long
Oh,
time ago.
I got
though.
stopped out.
Oh wow, that was fast.
That was really fast. Trading the open. So I've had this idea of like wanting to specialize in the open, right? I trade Globex and pre-market, but the open, I just love the open. Like you will know right away if you're right or wrong. I mean, it depends on your contract size too, of course. Well, that sucks. Of course, it's going down my way now.
Yeah, I think you're a little early is all, because I think ES and YM are kind of following through. So maybe you just shorted
Just
the
a little
stronger.
early. Yeah.
But
It's okay.
yeah, of course it is.
Important thing is to stay in my lane and not go "Bleh," and like ruin my green day. I'm up like
How's that? How do you want it to not go?
"Bleh."
Just making sure.
I think you guys can relate, right? Chat, type in 1 if you can relate to that when you have those days.
Everybody,
like where,
everybody, make the sound. I want you to be embarrassed wherever you are.
Oh
I
my
made it.
gosh. Victor can relate. Thank you, Victor. Yes, it is that challenge of like there's the market and then there's us. There's the market and then there's us. Like learning to manage like us in despite whatever is happening in the markets.
100%. Let's see here.
This will be interesting. If this first 5-minute candle breaks on the upside.
Like so far, we are completely opposite directions on ES and NASDAQ. So that's
So weird. I did see a news headline that Apple was so close to its all-time high.
everything's close to its all-time high.
Like that today, it might make a new high.
I feel like every day we make a new high. It's actually
That's
kind
true.
of wild. It's
So the all-time high in NASDAQ futures is 275.
Nvidia's getting close to that new all-time high too. Like, I mean, the market is bullish. It's just it needs all its gears lubricated and greased, and we need BLS to give us some numbers to do that.
Yes, Raphael Trade says wonderful time to have a 401k.
Yeah, take your screenshots now.
so yeah, it looks like ENQ and ES are doing opposite things right now.
I don't like it.
Ooh.
I'm doing something ballsy here. I'm putting my analysis on Twitter.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah.
Time to get flamed.
Yeah. Because
you'll get flamed whether you're right or wrong.
100%. I'll get flamed when, like, I'll be like, hey, I'm bearish on the day. Would like to see us trade up here. And then it starts trading up there. I'll be like, oh, wow, haha, it's bullish. I'm like, just completely missed what I said, huh? And then it trades lower. But I don't care. You're never going to be criticized by people doing more than you. That was the one thing that always stuck with me. Lack of correlation.
So for me, the plan when both are in the opposite direction is to wait.
To wait until they're all in the same direction, that confluence.
Would love move lower. to
MyFundedFutures said waiting is a crucial skill in trading 100%.
Here
did
goes
you, did
ES
you
thinking
borrow them
about.
back from your girlfriend ICT? Okay, good one, bro.
I said yes. I meant to say NASDAQ. It looks like maybe NASDAQ is joining the dump party here.
Oh, by the way, how are you guys liking that add-on, the scale add-on? I'm getting a lot of good feedback from that.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's amazing, and it doesn't cost you anything extra. So you just select it when you check out.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's pretty good. Make it permanent. Make it permanent.
Abish likes
Luke, are
it.
you watching? Make it permanent, Luke. Yeah, I noticed MyFundedFutures, they like to test things out. So maybe maybe it is if you get good feedback on it. It's pretty good. It's a lot cheaper than something like I count like Top Step, right? Because you get all of that. If you pass it, you pay in $70 less. So your all in prices. Now, actually, it's 80 because if you use code YouTube 5% off, it's 120. So yeah, about $79 less. So I don't know, guys.
It's a great deal. Yeah.
Yeah, how many people have gotten that 6K cash out?
Not yet.
I think it just went live. So it was last week when that went live. Yeah.
Yeah. Cheater loves the core.
The core is solid too.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I've always liked is you can do a lot of different things, right? Like you got the core, the scale, and the pro. So if you just want to get in the door, go with the core, right?
Yep. And if you want big payouts, go with the scale with the add-on. Use code guys. Thank you for your support. You will get an additional 5% off when you use code YouTube right now. Yeah, the 50K goes from $127, the scale, to down to 120, and then you get the upside is huge on that account. You can withdraw up to $6,000 with the promo. It is a promo. We don't know when it's going to end, so snatch them up while you still can. And we can have up to 5 sim funded of the 50K accounts, any kind. The core or the scale or the pro, but 5 max once you're in the funded stage. Yeah, that's huge. That's potentially like a $30,000, like if you were to able to request from every account, if you had 6,000 from each one, that's like a 30K request. All for what? Let me do the math. All for 500,
That can be like $700, $800. Yeah.
Yeah, incredible. Can't beat it. I do like to look at like the amount of drawdown that you get with like the price that you pay. Yeah, and yesterday, Nick, you were talking about like some firms, they might offer very inexpensive evals, but they get you on the activation side, like as far as how expensive all-in cost is. And with MyFundedFutures, it's very, very competitive.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to beat some of those activation fee ones is like you have to they'll do like blowout sales. 40% off evals.
Yeah.
But I like it better when it's like 10% off evals and then there's no activation fee promos. But those rarely ever come. So that's why it's just best to just try to, I wouldn't say avoid firms with activation fees, but just kind of, I don't know. It's just I hate how they're all the same per
do
every
math.
Yeah, just keep it in
do the math,
mind.
right? Do the math.
Yeah. Congratulations to MDC. You're taking a payout from 3 different core accounts. Let's go. Just secured 3 core max payouts.
Yeah, someone said you gotta make 12 to get 6. Yeah, because you got 50%. You can request 50%. So, you gotta make 12 to get that full 6 out. Or you could just make 5 and just do 4 or 5 accounts, and it's it's just way better. It'd be way easier, and it'd be if you break down cost versus time, that's just a better way to do it. That's what I've always done. You can get that same payout. So let's try to make it like Denny. Yeah, Denny balling right now. Let's see. Looks like we're having to move up a little bit. So this failed to close below this low right here on ES. Failed to close below this low, so could see a move higher from there.
And we are holding the 6767 level.
I'm back. Let's see. Thought you could withdraw whatever.
Ooh, that first hourly candle that's forming.
Yeah, it doesn't
like
look
that
very doesn't look very fun there. Kind of looks a little choppy, huh? In Qs looks great in terms of expansion.
I think she was looking at NQ's candle.
Yeah,
I think that's the one
NQ.
she was impressed with.
Oh yeah.
The big green candle, yes. This one. Is this called a fair value gap, Nick, or single prints for other people?
Yeah. There's
Here?
2. There's one right there, and then there's one below it on the next candle. Yeah. So we're trading up into that one right now. Is that the hourly? Yeah. So let's see how we close. Do we respect that? Like, do we go up there, wick, and then close below it, or close into it at 10 a.m. or what do we do? If we inverse it back up to the upside, that could be the early tell that maybe we're just going back to all-time highs after all.
That's where we like to hang out. Sky's the limit.
100%.
So if on the daily, we see lots of candles overlapping, consolidating on the daily, and that could potentially be like a springboard to go higher, Barbie.
What?
So if we're looking at the daily and there's lots of consolidation, like lots of overlapping candles.
Are you asking me about the launch pad?
Yeah, like a launch pad. Is this like?
I usually watch for launch pads on the hourly, but yeah, well, it's not just so right now what I was talking about is like these breakout levels. So what can happen is the edges of this box. Sorry, I just had an algo go. The edges of this box can end up becoming a launch pad, or this area could become a launch pad. But when I'm looking at the launch maneuver, I'm looking for a catalyst, you see. And so I'm usually looking over here.
So what would actually be the launch? Like, would it be when you get above it and then it comes back and retest and that's the launch pad?
I mean, sometimes we'll retest, but not always. I'm trying to find a good example.
Gold. Go to gold. Gold daily.
There probably is a lot of them on gold. Let me go. Let's see.
Daily chart from about a month and a half ago was really good. It consolidate, and then bam.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of one right here where it just consolidates. But a lot of these will be. It's harder to talk about this at all-time highs. That's part of the problem. Because a lot of times these are levels that we come back and retest. And so that's why I wasn't finding one really near on the ES, but there's kind of one here on gold. So this was a breakout point. Oops, that's the wrong tool. This was the breakout point because we consolidated below it and then finally broke out of it and then kind of retested down to it. But a lot of the times when we're not just challenging all-time highs, we'll end up coming back down to these levels a lot and launchpad off of them again. But it's really just I mean, what I'm talking about is really just consolidation and a breakout. But a lot of times it happens around a key level that we've revisited before. And so that's kind of what I'm watching. Right now we're in this 50-point range. Wait, I lost that chart again. Yeah, well, this one will work. But we're in this like 50-point range. And so 50 points is not like a great launch pad. That's really wide. So that's why I'm kind of looking at it as a range to break out instead of just a launch pad. More of a launch pad would be if we were just hanging around.
would it be more based off of like the average daily range of that consolidation rather than 50 points? Because each one, like the consolidation back in April is gonna be a lot different.
Well,
than
yeah, but
consolidation.
that's a different thing. She's asking me about my launch pads.
Oh.
But really, I'm looking for when we get really tight consolidations. If we end up staying kind of in this tighter spot where we keep coming down to, that would kind of create a launch pad. But I think you're talking about, I like the midpoints too. Oh, now I've got all my charts mixed up. We were on this one though. So yeah, I actually am kind of watching the midpoint of this range also. But now I'm curious about how you were looking at it. So you're looking at the midpoint of this being a potential key level as a breakout point?
So like I would like the consolidation for me is like I just like to think of it differently, right? So like obviously that is consolidation, but like if we go back to April, whenever there was a consolidation, it's a lot bigger range. Like it may look the same, but like the numbers are a lot different. So I remember you were just talking about 50 points. I was like, well, why is it 50? It shouldn't just be like the average of the consolidation, because that would be a lot more accurate, because you're just going to have different times the volatility is going to be different. That's all I was saying. But you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Because here, I'll kind of give you an example here. I think you know what I mean, but just for the audience here. So like the consolidation, like once we back in April here, like once we were kind of in here, right, on this is the daily chart. Like this doesn't look like like this is one daily candle, right? But from this consolidation, once it started, once this big move up, for really about 8 days or about 15 days, this is a 1,800 point move. Whereas like the consolidation we're having right now across about almost a week, this is 300 points. You see what I mean?
Wow.
So that's just kind of another thing too. It kind of goes back to what I was saying. I think I've already talked about this before. It's like people are like, oh, I like to risk 20 points a day. I take 5 contracts every trade. I'm like, okay, well, what are you gonna do when Trump wants to tariff China? When the market's a little bit different. 20 points is you're not gonna be able to afford 20 points or 4 contracts, pal. You know what I mean? So that's why it's always very important to keep in mind of the how are the markets trading, what's the volatility like, But you knew that. That was just for people in the chat.
Thank you, Barbie. Thank you, Nick.
Pass my eval out 2 trades this week. That's my type of person right there. You passing the eval in 2 trades.
The goal
doesn't mean 2 days, right?
Amazing.
You can take a trade on Monday, you can take a trade on Thursday, but you're waiting between those A+ setups, which is the hardest thing to do. Anyone can take a trade on Monday and then take a trade on Tuesday. But unless you have an A+, that's not the way to do it. I actually have an eval I'm trading right now too. I took a trade on it on Monday, but I haven't traded it yesterday. I didn't see a setup. So yeah, we're hovering above weekly open on both assets here. So the hourly chart, let me go back out to daily real quick. So yeah, so the hourly on NQ and the ES are just completely different at the moment. What's YM looking like? YM is YM selling off. So
oh wow,
shocker, right? Doing opposite of NQ. Good to see you here. Yeah, full port Nick. Just on evals. 2 trades this week and pass. Dang, dude, you guys are killing it in here. Let's see. Need more dollar account giveaways. That was crazy. You guys remember we gave away 50? What was it? 20,000 50K accounts?
20,000 accounts for $1. That was the biggest giveaway ever.
And we still have. So let me just say that we gave away 20,000 50K accounts, and we still had a couple people complain because it wasn't free; it was $1. So.
You can't please everyone. That's literally a fact. You try to please everyone, you'll please no one.
Yeah. Another thing too, another little one-liner I like is, If you walk on water, they'll say it's because you can't swim. So that's exactly what we did. We literally, Luke and MyFundedFutures literally walked on water by doing 20,000 50K account giveaways. And we still have people saying, it's because you can't swim. So, and I didn't win one. Remember that? I didn't win an account. I registered for it and I didn't get one. So you can't say it's rigged.
No influencer special treatment, Nick.
I don't think anyone with 4K subs.
He probably looked at that. It's like, no, we're not giving this Nick dude anything. He trades ICT.
Incoming. Let's see here. Yeah, NQ is not doing. NQ can give me the early tell that we're going above here. God, it's just something. Don't you just feel a little weird since ES and YM are just kind of not following suit, that you kind of think it's actually like bearish? Like you don't kind of believe in the bullishness of it yet.
Right.
But we're holding the 6767 level.
6-7. Did I do that right?
This is my micro bull level right here. I think if we could hold 6-7, we might be able to get up to 90. Might be reaching, but that's what I got.
It is so strong NQ in this first 30 minutes.
Yeah, basically, I just want ES to follow on NASDAQ for just a second. Just give me a little pump. Let's just get it done. I don't even need the whole box, just the middle of the box. That's all I want.
Ooh.
Oh wow, we have 6-7 in the chat.
Oh, we do.
I think it started from a song. I was asking.
Honestly, I don't know how it started. I just see it. I just saw it on TikTok a couple of times. Just make jokes out of it. I don't know what the joke means, so I'm a little out of it. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to.
Here it goes. Here it goes.
It's going. Okay. So I just Googled a 6-7. It is a nonsensical viral slang used by younger generations with no single definitive meaning, but often used to express something is so or okay. And sometimes to refer to someone tall, originating from a rap song linked to a basketball player's height, 6'7". Okay.
Yeah, the song is where they say it came from. There's no meaning to it. It's everything and nothing at all. So if you just need to say something, or if you don't, then you say 6'7".
I love it.
Yeah, I think MyFundedFutures summed it up better. I understand even less now. Thanks, Terry.
Exactly.
You're welcome.
Now you get it.
So we're getting close on the hourly and the 4 hour. I mean, we're about to invalidate this level that I was talking about. 25,072 through 25,180. We're about to close above it on NQ, and on ES it's still respecting it, but it just is not having the same strength as NQ. So just gonna see how we trade this next hour. If we look at the 15-minute, I don't think I kind of like seeing low, like a liquidity sweep plus a move higher or lower. I didn't really get that at open. I thought I was gonna get it to the downside on ES. So I'm this 15-minute chart on ES kind of looks brutal. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Gonna take it slow and steady this next hour and a half. So I'll see y'all back here tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Nick.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Take it easy.
You too. Barbie, 5-1.
I got one. Okay, I got one off on that pump.
Oh, nice.
For some reason, 41 has come up.
41?
Yeah, so they're trying to add 41 to 6-7, but I don't think it's catching on.
That's so funny. I love it.
They just like to have weird things to say. That's how that works.
Yeah, it's their very own subculture.
Anyway, I did take a little trim here just to get I just took 5 points real quick.
Let's go.
Because it's that kind of day. And then I'm going to see if this runner will go up to that 90 spot I want. And again, I'm basing this off of the TPO chart and having these single prints up here. So I'm hoping because we were in the lower part of that range that I was watching and these single prints are in the upper part, I was hoping we get this happening. So do it.
Do it. W for Barbie, guys. Let's go. Already booked some profits.
Yeah.
Protecting the account with the trail.
Let's freaking go.
Ooh, NQ. Still pushing.
Oh, I'm watching this 82 a little bit too. I'm going to trail a little bit closer when we get up here. So I at least get my 5 points on all of it. Here we go. Fill them in. Fill in the single prints. It's the patience. It's the patience, y'all. And the 6-7 level. It's always the 6-7 level. Oh, the orb is printing too. I have my bot posts in the Discord since I can't always talk about it, but I have that one going too. I can check on. Well, that's a different account, but the NASDAQ should have just trailed, and I don't know about ES because my chart has crashed. Yeah, ES should have trailed.
It is going. Go, go, go. What a push. Did anyone else catch this long? Type in 1 if you caught the long. NASDAQ is up 176 points from New York's close.
Let's go. Dow is still struggling a lot down there. Dow's not joining the party. This is the other thing when somebody's just somebody. I have personalities attached to all these indexes, but when they're not joining the party, that's another reason that I am more cautious with ranges holding. So just keeping that in mind. That's why I'm not going for like my extended target, because our all-time high on ES right now is 68.02 3/4. And I have an extended target up there for 68.15, but I'm not going to just expect that out of this little trade right now based on the fact that we've been consolidating so much. And this is a nice little move. We get a nice little move down, we get a nice little move up. We just don't really go anywhere. So that's why I'm trying to wait until we are on one side of that or the other.
Interesting. Barbie, Voltron said 3K delta.
Yeah, they're buying the crap out of it.
Holy smokes. Expect the unexpected. Yes.
Yeah, that's on this 5-minute bar. Just on this 5 minute.
Go, go, go.
And the VIX is dropping too. So everything's working out right now. Now I wish I'd taken this bigger, but I don't take big trades in ranges, so it's always that way. I had to play my knife catch rules yesterday though, because I did try the knife catch and it failed. So I had to take that small and then wait. Ended up working out, but yeah, I had to recover from a knife catch. Kind of stopped doing that. That's why I have my knife catch rules though.
Yeah.
Account alive.
Can you share with us again your knife catch rules?
Something just took profit. It was the ES orb took profit. Yeah, so I like to try to knife catch levels, and I've really done some damage to myself before. So I'm gonna trail this real quick since we're getting so close up here. So what I do is I allow myself just a very limited point amount for knife catches. And so I know what that stop is. It's usually 1. Sometimes I can get away with 2, but most of the time I get away with 1 knife catch attempt. And I'll just do a starter there. So it's not my full position. It gets my FOMO brain from doing crazy stuff. And so I get my little starter, and it has a stop loss, and that stop loss cannot be moved. It's below a low. It cannot be moved. And if that play fails, I can't just try a knife catch on the next level, the next potential knife catch level. I have to wait for a reversal sign. And the one that I was watching yesterday on my live stream, and it's usually the one that happens at a level, is the stampede setup, where we come down, we're in a trend, we come down to a level, and then we break it with a just a really simple trend line at that level. And for me, it kind of looks like we're stampeding through and changing that structure. So that's what I look for on that one.
Oh, I love it. Thank you, Barbie.
Look at me being a D for a T over here, though, a little bit. We went 2 ticks below my profit up there, but
come
I'll
on.
give it a chance.
It looks like it wants to go. This 30-minute plus candle is so strong. Go, go, go.
Nice. I hear Ash is long too. I like hearing that because Ash has he has so much like discipline and patience, and it's got to hit all the rules, and it has to be XYZ. So when his setup sees it, and my setup, which is like, yeah, this is holding, I see rotations. I like that.
Yeah.
Y'all saying I'm too quiet with my trades. This is what I wanted, though. I didn't want to have the mania, because if you have mania when you're trading, it's highs and lows. So you're feeling the yes, but you're also feeling the. And I really prefer just being in the middle, even keeled. Then I can go. I have more control of the rest of my life, right? I don't have control over the market, but I have control over what I'm going to do this afternoon, which is probably play with some cars. But yeah, I try to just keep everything real even, so I don't have to go through those highs and lows. It's very exhausting. It's mentally exhausting, emotionally exhausting, all that, and it makes it harder to do your job when you wear yourself out doing all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Very true.
There we go. Trade over. Mission complete.
Winning.
And we got to do it all while on the stream. That rarely happens. Usually I have to finish off stream.
I love it. Barbie. W for Barbie, guys. Yeah, it's so fun.
You know what? I can switch over to this orb trade just so we have something up if you want. Wait, wrong button. There we go. So this is the NASDAQ orb, and I've mentioned this before, but I really do. I know there's a lot of BSing in this business, but I really do automate this, put this on its own account, and let it do its thing so I can focus on my other setups. So here's this thing just running in the background doing its thing. I have it set up to risk up to $500 per trade, up to 3 times a day. So it'll hit stop loss sometimes. It doesn't affect me because it's just doing its thing. Now I'm curious though, what was Ash's target up here? He might be looking for this fair value gap.
Yeah. Is Ash in the house? Or maybe he's streaming.
We're pretty close to that, the rest of that target. I like getting that low hanging fruit because again, even keeled trading, right? So.
And then with how you trail too, like even keel trading. Yeah.
That's what if you have a really solid goal and you have sight on that goal, then you can design everything else around it. You can make sure your strategies or your playbook or your model or whatever the heck you want to call it, that aligns with your mission of how you want to trade. And I mean, that spills over into accounts too. It's important to me to maintain my own live accounts, even if I'm going to use prop accounts. First of all, I have loads of freedom in that account, but it also keeps me really patient because if I run out of that, I'm done. I don't have a reset button on that account. But that discipline that I've worked on by doing that is, it really helps keep the prop accounts alive too. I don't tend to blow funded accounts. It's happened just like 2 or 3 times ever that I've blown a live account. I just don't do it. And I think that's because I've worked so hard on keeping my own account alive with no reset button. Someone was asking if I take that big of a stop on the orb trade, and I started as a 1-to-1. There's different ways, and I don't have it programmed into my bot yet, where I take early profit. So technically some of it ends up worse than a 1-to-1, but I don't want my stop to get hit. I want the trade to work out. And I found that if the stop hits like a quarter of the time or less, the money management just makes it really easy to keep the account green on break even or winning trades.
It's like the big picture. It's so easy to get caught up in like the little, and then the money management is so important, and it's like the big picture.
Yeah, I think everyone looks at some of the risk to reward sometimes and thinks, I mean, there's two components. There's the risk to reward if it's 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 or whatever it is, and then there's also the probability of winning or a failure, and you have to take account of that too, because both of those are really part of the equation that go into profitability. Because you can go find it. There's lots of people who have documented this too, that have below a 50% win rate, but are profitable and are pretty nicely profitable too, just because of their money management. But you can also kind of do it in reverse, where your risk to reward is skewed, but you have a really high win rate. So that's why you can't just immediately go criticize someone else or criticize a strategy. Like, actually do the math and see how it works. Because that's what it's always been about for me, is I can go watch somebody do all this stuff, but if I can't do it, then it's not any good to me. So whenever I go learn anything new, I immediately go, just at bare minimum, go look at past days charts and see what it looks like, in more than just the example that someone was giving me. I mean, we all get that criticism. I've seen that criticism of a lot of other people. It's like, oh, well, you picked the very best example. It's like, well, if you don't like that example, you have charts, go look at it. I've never understood that. So yeah, just go check it out. But that all those things are part of the equation. So there's win rate and there's risk reward. They're all pieces of the puzzle.
Can't divorce the two. They're married. Oh, let's go. So close to that TP.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. You know what the problem is on the NASDAQ one? And I keep forgetting to change this. I can't change it while it's running. I have a don't be a dick for a tick offset on this. And when I was in a hurry, because I was doing this in the morning before I'm fully caffeinated, I know I forgot to change the tick offset from the default one that I use on ES to 4 times that for NASDAQ.
Oh.
So it would have been off by now. So I just let my bot go. That's my plan. So not interfere with the bot. I used to interfere with them a lot. And then what I did is I would have one account where I interfered with them, and one account that was just a sim account where it would just run free. And I noticed how much I was hurting the bot's trades, because the whole thing is, when you have an automated system, whether it's automated or it's just you literally take it mechanically like a machine every single time, if you interfere with that machine, you're going to get different results. And so that machine's been tuned for those criteria. And when you start changing that, like trying to outsmart it and get out early in things, you can end up changing things, because we're talking about it's a numbers game. It's probabilities over the long term. I don't think enough people were forced to take statistics in college. But
yeah, true. And maybe some people, they didn't have the opportunity to go, or weren't able to go, or haven't been able to go. Yeah,
but it's
is
really
a big part of it with trading.
It's definitely, yeah, for everything in general. I think I had to take it as a prerequisite to something, but that's something I should do a video on too. But I'm sure there's good studies out there where you can go look into how statistics work. But that's all part of math, and this is math. So you don't have to be a math genius, but you have to understand some basic concepts. And yeah, hopefully you're thinking about them now.
Yes, definitely dropping gold for us, guys. Barbie, thank you. Ooh, maybe this will hit TP, and then we'll get a second win on the show. It is fun. It is a special treat to be able to see like winning trades from beginning to end, and to watch how you execute it, how you manage it, and all of it, like what you're thinking. This one is the bot, right? So it's all automated.
This was the ES one, so it took profit right before this green line here. So that's why we got a bigger move out of ES, because it was kind of lagging already, I think. And so NASDAQ had already kind of made some of that move because the ES entry just ended up being a little bit lower relative to this move. And so that's why the NASDAQ is still in it. But that's actually why I run them on both too, because they do tend to move really similarly, but sometimes one will get that push that the other one doesn't get. And so I'll end up with a break even on one asset and a win on the other one. Of course, sometimes I get stop outs on both too. But when I play it over the long term, because that's what this is a get rich slow scheme, it works out. So that's why I do it.
Oates said, I really liked your comment, Oates. Since I started focusing on R and R instead of trying to find a high win rate, I finally am making money.
Yeah, it's you got to balance those. There's a lot of things we're balancing, and that's one of them. I think I've just kind of noticed that I think a lot of traders are focusing on one and the other and not both as both part of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I learned too, because trading in our little group, what eventually became the trading ranch, we were talking about the same levels every morning. We were all kind of trading the same plan, and some of us were a lot more successful than others. And I was just really curious about why all that was happening. And a lot of it's the mental game, but a lot of it also came down to money management. And that was the most frustrating thing for me. Is like, if I'm really good at coming up with all these levels and all these key areas of interest, how come he's making more money than me? Like, that's
right.
But I noticed that he was really, really good. And the bracket that I use a lot of the time, and I kind of modified it today because I didn't have enough space for the full 5 in my risk. But when I take the 5 lot, that was I kind of blended some of his ideas and some other ones that I'd learned elsewhere, so they would kind of meet in the middle where I am, and kind of match my personal style and personality. And I think that when people talk about finding your edge, that's really one of the things that you're looking for, is finding these ideas and these little light bulb moments that you have learning from other people and bringing it into your own. So I know you come here and everyone wants trades and you want to see the trades, and some of you guys just literally want to copy the trades. Okay. But I think that the most value that you can get out of watching someone else trade is, instead of just trying to copy it, is try to understand and get little nuggets out of that style, because we all have different things that we're looking at. It's like, you could bring 20 photographers out to take pictures of the Grand Canyon, and they're all going to come up with something completely different. Even though it's the same place, there's going to be different interpretations. And that's what's going on with traders. We all have a different interpretation. And when you're watching other traders trade, you can kind of see those different interpretations and see what clicks. And then when you pull all those different light bulb moments together and organize them, that's where you find your plan and your edge. And when it's your own, it is so much easier, I promise.
We like easy trading.
Oh, Bob, did you know that that's why they hire me here? Bye, Bob. See you tomorrow. You guys, just be respectful.
Yeah, only good vibes. We love the good vibes here. Bad vibes got to go, right? Only good vibes. Oh, speaking of that, let me see. Look, this was so fun from last weekend. Can you see this? My boyfriend won a sticker for me at the arcade. We went to the arcade. and he won the sticker, and it says good vibes. Isn't that cute? Yeah, I wanted to share that.
I was getting a question about the orb trade elsewhere, so I'm answering that. But yeah, so what my bot does is I have it set. It should be set to 500 unless I screw up, because sometimes I do. But it should be set to $500 a risk. So it takes this point calculation. It's finding out how many points are between 232 and 155, and it's like, okay, so we have that many points, and NASDAQ. I'm trading micros on this, so the micro NASDAQ is worth this many per point. So in order to stay under $500 but maximize that, how many contracts can we take? And today it was 3. I try to do this in my brain, and I've gotten decent at it, but it's so nice just having something else do it for me.
No hands, Mom, no hands. Yeah, I have to sit down and learn how to program these bots, and I'm
Well, yeah, there's a
sure.
lot of different ways to do it. So this one is a NinjaTrader, so it's written in NinjaScript, which is based off of C#. My options bots are in Python because they just run as independent little apps. But the way that I encourage people to start, because this is the way I started, is use something that has some sort of wizard, and NinjaTrader does have that. It's called the Strategy Builder, and it's a wizard that'll guide you through all the different steps to set up a strategy. So you have to bring your idea to it. But if you have something that's based off of indicators that are built in, that's a good place to start. So it could be an EMA cross or something that MACD does. And so you can program when those conditions happen, because this is how you're teaching yourself how to be a programmer. It'll step you through when these conditions happen. Then, so it's like if X, Y, and Z happens, then we're going to enter a trade. And if we enter a trade, then we're going to put our stop loss here and our profit here. And you can start building that out. It'll do that all without you touching code, but it will allow you to look at that code and kind of see what's going on, so you can see how it works. And once you want to start customizing it more, you can unlock the code and start customizing it more. That's literally exactly what I did. The very first strategy, I just took some really basic, I think it was like a 920 EMA cross, and just put that in there with some very basic, like a 5-point ES profit or something, just to see how it worked. And then I was able to see if I could program more of my ideas. So something, and not all of my ideas are programmable. Like the Stampede is not. You have to see that with your eyes. We've tried. We cannot get it. Other people have tried too. We can't get it to work. But the things that are happening every day, we can measure the first 15, the range of the first 15 minutes really easily. And we can calculate what that is really easily. And we can set targets and things, and then we can run the statistics. And so a strategy like that is good to program, and not all strategies are good to program. So that's, I mean, when I got my very first investment account and I was looking at what stocks to buy, it's like, I'm going to get some blue chips, I'm going to get some tech, I'm going to get some growth. I want to balance all of this. And so that's what I do with my day trading too. I've got some option swings going, I've got some automations going, and then I've got my live day trading and futures going. And having all those three things, I'm not going to make tons of money every day, but over the long term, having multiple streams of income makes a massive difference.
I like that.
Yeah, Gabriel, by the way, I have a whole playlist on the orb trade because I get so many questions. So like my 20-minute video wasn't long enough. We've got, I think, an hour of orb content now. So I would definitely go watch that. I have tons of information on the exact setup that I do, but I do a 1-to-1. And so it can be a wide stop loss. That's why I use it on micros, because then I can take multiple positions and really fine tune the risk on it. And I don't know why there is a perception that trading micros makes you like a baby trader, because that's not true. There's more volume on the micro NASDAQ than there is on the mini NASDAQ because the hedge funds are using it. And it's not because they have to use more, because that's not happening on ES. It's because it makes more sense to tailor your positions that way.
It's not a contest of who has the biggest contracts. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I know what we're looking at, because we see that online all the time, and it's more entertaining to watch somebody you lose their minds over big leverage. But that's the whole point, is we shouldn't be over leveraged like that.
Yeah, it's the big picture. I am dropping Bull Barbie's YouTube channel. Go check out all of the videos on the orb. Yeah, there's a whole playlist.
Yeah, one video did not end up being enough on that one. Voltron, you haven't traded the micros in a while? I think there's great strategies around trading, 1 lots and 2 lots while you're building your account up, but a lot of people, I wasn't either. This is what I'm saying. I'm speaking from experience here. A lot of traders are not ready for that kind of leverage when they're first starting. It is something that I think you should build into. These prop accounts with $2,000 of drawdown, that's not very much. So, I mean, if you're in a mini, think about how many points it takes. So a mini ES is going to get ruined in 40 points, right? Did I do that right? Yeah, 40 points. 40 points to destroy a 50K account. And it's pretty easy to lose 40 points in ES, even as a normal trader. You just want to, be making more than that. But I always try to think in worst case scenario because I don't want to be out of the game tomorrow. I want to come and I need to be able to trade tomorrow. So
trade for tomorrow.
Yeah, I really try to think about how many bad trades it would take to ruin the account, because can I take 4 bad trades in a row? Yeah, I think we all can. And you have to plan for the worst day, because then it makes the average days a lot easier, and then the best days are just a breeze.
Yes, Ash is in the house. I can't wait to have him on so we can ask him about that long that he got in. That'll be fun.
Yeah, that trade was more fun. That's why I watch the orb trades sometimes, because that's the trade that's on. But that push out, that was a lot more fun.
Ooh.
Well, let's say, so I already took profit on the ES trade. This is my automated trade that we're just watching now. And it takes profit when it takes profit. It's an automation. So this one I don't take profit on. I was noting though that I made an error when I launched this. So technically it should have taken profit on that little push up, but it's fine. I'm just going to wait for it. This account already has profits from the ES trade in it too. So it's going to be green for the day, even if worst case scenario, this comes all the way back down to break even. And I'm cool with it. I got profits on the manual trade I took on ES, and I put that one in a few accounts. So I like it.
I like it. It is a good day. It is a wonderful Wednesday. It is that big picture. It's not just like, I feel like sometimes when people are watching us stream and trade live, like sometimes, like let's say we have a losing trade and people are like, oh my God, you had a losing trade. And like, why didn't you book profits? Like it's, and I know like most people are trying to be helpful, right? I think for us, like we can see all our accounts back here, and so we can see the big picture. And like Barbie is sharing with us this morning, like it's the probabilities, it's the statistics. So being able to see all of it, like see the big forest and not just the tree, it definitely helps. It is easy to get caught up in just like seeing the tree like right in front of you.
I still have everyone in chat saying like, I would have taken profit. It is literally automated.
Yeah.
It is literally automated. I didn't enter this, and I do not exit it. I did not trail it. This is literally a statistics trade. This is why sometimes I don't share these with y'all every day, because it's this round. But
no, do share. I get it. Chat, type in 1 if you get it and you want Barbie to keep sharing her trades with us. Type in 1.
But yeah, the other trade was a lot more exciting, honestly, because it was the other one was skill based. Sorry, but that one, this one's numbers based. The other one was skill.
Let's welcome Ash. Yes, Barbie, lots of people. 1. Everyone wants you to keep sharing with us. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Ash, come on down.
Yeah, Ethan's got it. I'm not going to read that one out loud though.
Hey.
Good morning, Ash.
Good morning.
Morning.
I heard you took an awesome long.
I was just about to say the same thing to you, and I just love the fact that we're taking the same exact position through our own perspective. Like we both call it the longs, yet we're calling it different things, viewing it differently.
I was calling it the 6767 hold. This is a different trade that's up now. But earlier we were on ES, just looking for the 6767 hold down here, And when I got it, I took it.
The new trendy shiny object. Love it.
I was originally looking at the 68 level, but we decided to change that for 6-7.
Well, congratulations on the W. Beautiful position.
You too. So what were you looking at? Did you trade this on NASDAQ?
So I traded it on ES.
Okay.
The way that I felt about NASDAQ was NASDAQ simply just ran without me. This thing.
That's how I was looking at it too.
So like off the open, this thing just screaming higher. I can't get myself to be buying things as it's going up. Like I feel more comfortable when it's retracing to my entry to then get into the position. And like that exactly explains ES. ES went lower there first at the open. And then once it changed direction, that's when I got into the long. So, and then same thing goes for the entry as well. I'm not really interested in entering longs as it's going higher. I still waited for it to pull back to the area that I wanted to long it to then get into the position. So overall, really, really nothing complicated. The market is extremely bullish. So, you know, why fight the trend?
Yep. I had to wait for that bullish trade yesterday, but
Not today. That was so fun. Everyone type in W for Barbie and Ash. We are winning here. Ash, we are going to head out. We will see you tomorrow, bright and early.
Yeah, great job today. Hope you guys enjoy your day.
Thank you.
You too.
You too.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another live stream with myself. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? W's in chat for Barbie, W's in chat for Terry, W's in chat for Nick. Thank you guys for your time. I greatly appreciate getting to work with other like-minded professionals. It really provides a lot of value, getting to see everybody's perspective, getting to see everybody's information. I truly enjoy the information you provide, so I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you once again. I'm just going to take a moment to say good morning to everybody and welcome everybody into my stream, and then we'll get into the conversation here. Good morning, LG. Good morning, Wyatt. Good morning, MM. Good morning, Muhammad. Good morning, Ice Fire. Nikhil, good morning. Green, good morning. Deku, good morning. Abhishek, how are you doing today? No Luck, Pure Skill, good morning. Mick, good morning. Adil, good morning. Kale, good morning. Gustavo, what's up? Roop, what's up? SP4, good morning. Richard, good morning. Adam, what's up? Drew, what's up? Epictus, good morning. Helpful, good morning. Ellen, good morning. Robert, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. Good morning, Norberto. Good morning, Solo. Good morning, Cheater. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. Good morning, Thunderbird. Good morning, Vladimir. Good morning, Adnan. Good morning, Collective. Good morning, Ethan. Angie, what's up? DZ, good morning. Gaber, good morning. Neo, good morning. Hope everybody's day is going well. Just taking a moment to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into the information here. Handful of 1s so far. Love to see that. Couple 2s as well. That's okay. Couple 3s as well. That's all right. Majority 1 so far. Really enjoy seeing that. Even more 1s. Wow. So I'm guessing everybody caught the longs. Is that right? Type a L in chat for long, or type a S in chat for short. Which one did you take advantage of, the higher prices or the lower prices this morning? We'll go over my trade here. I took the long here on ES. We'll talk about it in just a minute. Just wanted to welcome everybody into my stream, see how everybody's doing first. Love interacting with the community. There's so many familiar faces. I've told you all how appreciative I am of you all. I really appreciate everybody that keeps showing up every single day. It's really motivating. It gives us a chance for repetition. It allows us to keep working on all the questions we have, all the information we have to go over. It's really providing a lot of repetition, which is really building a lot of muscle memory. So let's keep showing up. Let's keep working. Let's keep learning every single chance we can get. So it looks like majority longs as well. Yep, mine was a long as well too. You can see the executions here and here. Let's go over that real quick, and then we can do some conversation. We can do some questions and answers, or actually, let's not break the game plan. Let me take a step back here. Let's make sure we get through our biases. Let's make sure we're updating the weekly outlook. Let's make sure that we're sticking to the game plan, right? Remember, process over results. So we'll come back to this. We got to get through our weekly outlooks, and then we will get to the trade that was taken. Let's start from a top-down analysis. That way we understand the logic that's being provided to the trades. That way we understand the game plan that we're implementing to execute these trades. I'm going to do oil, then I'm going to do the dollar, then I'm going to do euro, just because our focus is on ES and NQ. So I would like to finish there. So for oil, beautiful weekly outlook here. We were looking for higher prices in oil. We've had 3 straight days higher. Beautiful job looking at a bullish bias. Very simple logic here. Okay. We're on the daily chart. On the daily chart, we look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. To start the week, oil took out a bunch of swing lows here. Right. So for that reason, we were bullish, looking for a move higher to fill this gap. Very, very simple logic, right? I don't really care how you say it, whether it's buy low, sell high, right? That's a normal business saying. Or the way that I view price is when price is below a swing low or inside of a bullish FEG on the daily chart, I have a bullish bias. When price is above a swing high or inside of a bearish FEG, I have a bearish bias. So very simple. Oil swept a swing low. That's why we were bullish, looking for a move higher. And we got that move higher. So very good job on the bullish bias this week. Now we're at the point where I'm not looking to force higher prices anymore, right? If this was the target here, right, and you come within a couple cents of the target, you've done your job, right? We've taken it from the swing low to the imbalance, right? I'm look at how many points this is. For example, look how many points this is, right? That's a $2 difference in oil. Or look at how many points this is right here. The remaining bit that we're missing, 16 cents. Yeah, so the chunk of the move has been completed. We do not need to force another 16 cents for us to complete that bias. We got the move higher. Very good job on the bullish bias on oil. The dollar. Another gorgeous, gorgeous bias here. Once again, very, very simple logic. We were looking at this area to be support at the beginning of the week. We then looked for the swing high to be the target for the week. And we gapped up to start the week. And then we sprinted higher. Another beautiful bias. Another beautiful bias. Go back to Monday's live stream and look at our weekly outlooks. Go take a look at the information beforehand, then take a look at the information after the fact so that you can see how these things are developing. Very simple information here on euro as well. Euro, we were looking at this area to be an area of resistance. We were looking for price to move lower because we got rejected from that area. We were looking to target the swing low as our objective. Amazing job. The objective has been completed. Once again, we got those lower prices. Beautiful, beautiful information this week. The one thing that I want to say before we're moving forward here is, do you notice how much clarity there is in simplicity? I'm not looking at 100 different concepts. I'm just looking at either an area of support or resistance, right? And then looking for it to move away from that area. That's it. There's not, hundreds of different concepts trying to confuse the idea. It's just a simple idea to act upon. That's how we create a game plan, move forward with an idea. Just create one idea and move forward with it. That's it. Very good job on Euro. Very good job on Dixie. Very good job on oil. All right. NQ and ES. NQ and ES. I'm going to continue to keep saying it. I'll say it time and time again. There's really no analysis that needs to go into this one. Price has been moving higher for the past half a year. Right, like, let's just zoom out a little bit so that you can get a clear perspective. Since April till now, we continue to keep moving higher. That's all you need to know. Right? So the trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So, as I've explained many other times, I'm going to continue to be bullish until price proves otherwise. We got another bullish move here this morning. That is the only logic that went into the trade this morning. Right? We can dive into some of the lower time frames to understand timing and stuff like that, but it's very simple. The idea comes from the higher time frame. We come in here, we create a weekly outlook so that we understand our bias moving forward for the week. Then throughout the week, we look to execute aligned with that bias. That's it. Go back to the Monday live stream and let me know if I was bullish or bearish on ES and NQ for this week. Same thing with the rest of the weekly outlooks. You get it beforehand and then you get it afterhand. You get to see it beforehand, then you get the results to it. That's why we're here working every single week. Okay? So, any questions about the higher time frame biases? Any questions about the weekly outlooks before we move forward to the intraday action? It's the same thing for me. This is why my segment, it has a routine to it. I like to follow a game plan. I like to have a routine. It gives me the framework for understanding how to move forward. It gives me the justifications to my actions. So we're always going to do a top-down analysis. We're always going to start on the higher time frames. We're going to build logic. We're going to build a bias. That way, we can then move down to the lower time frames to understand what we're looking for. So before we move down to the lower time frames, is there any questions or information regarding that? Ash, do you use bracket orders or manually close everything? I entered this morning with a limit order. Then after the limit order was filled, I set the stop loss where the stop loss was supposed to be. After I set the stop loss, I then set the take profit. So I manually entered each order. Ash, you got that unicorn. Yeah, we're going to go over the trade that I took today. We were just doing the top-down analysis first. So we were starting with our biases and our weekly game plans, and we were updating the higher time frame so that you can see the logic to why the trade was taken. What about the bearish 4-hour FVG? That price was inside at the open. I use the daily chart for the bias. So I'm not even looking at that bearish FVG. As you can see, I have not left the daily chart yet. So in my opinion, less is more, right? I do not analyze hundreds of different time frames, because if you do, you're just going to get conflicting information. Each time frame is going to say something different. So in my opinion, you should just use one higher time frame to use that as your bias, one medium time frame to use that as your higher time frame levels or to look for a cracking correlation. Then use one lower time frame for your entry functions. So just use one time frame for a higher time frame, medium time frame, and lower time frame. For me, that is the daily chart for my bias, the hourly chart for my market structure, the 5-minute or the 1-minute chart for my entries. So the reason why I'm not looking at that 4-hour chart is because I don't use that for information. What trade did you take? We're going to go over that any second now. I'm just making sure that anybody that has higher time frame questions, that we can complete the biases and the weekly outlook first, and then we will go over the lower time frame information. What time did you enter? We're going to go over that any second now, just making sure that all the higher time frame questions are answered first. So if there is any more higher time frame questions, feel free to throw it in chat. I'll give it a couple more minutes, and then we'll move into the intraday action, which will include the trade that was taken. Ash, when it comes to eval accounts, should more risk be taken? That is a completely independent answer that you should ask for yourself. So have you proven yourself that you can trade? Yes or no? And when I say proven, I mean consistent payouts, the ability to be disciplined, the ability to have patience, the ability to stick to one strategy. If no, then no, you should not take more risk during an eval. You should treat an eval the same exact way that you would treat a funded account. It is more important to gain your education and your experience first than to shorten your timeline and try to look for instant gratification. Ash, once you have made a weekly outlook for the bias, do you check the daily bias every day for the week, or shift the higher time frame and look for entries at the smaller time frame? I create a weekly outlook, and then I still follow the daily chart throughout the week to see if there's any new information that has invalidated that idea. So yes, I still look at daily bias because I need to update the information each day. There's always new information that happens each day. So if there is information that has invalidated the idea that I set at the beginning of the week, then that would be a cause for changing the bias. For example, starting at the beginning of the week, I was bullish because of this right here. Price was being supported heading into the week. Price was being supported by this area here. Therefore, I was bullish for price to make a new all-time high. It went and made a new all-time high, so the target has been completed. But we are still being supported by this area. So even though the target has been completed, there is still no information stating that I should change that bias. The same exact logic is still playing out. This area is still acting as support. So I have no reason, even with the new information, to change that bias right now. So yes, I still look at new information as time goes on. I lost my spot in chat, so just give me a second. I'm trying to find it to see if there's any more questions. If not, we'll get down to the lower time frame information. Give me just 2 seconds. All right, I think I found it. Do you monitor open charts on all 3 time frames at the same time? Yeah, so I have 4 monitors. I have the monitor right here that the YouTube chat is on. I have a monitor here that you could see, which is NQ on the daily chart. And then I have 2 more monitors so I can see the cracking correlation, so I can see the different time frames. Yes, I have 4 different monitors that I'm watching the charts on. Yes. Ash, do I trade gold? No, I don't trade gold. All right, so it looks like there's no longer any higher time frame questions coming across. So now let's move into some intraday action. Okay, let's take a look here. All right, let's take a look here. 10 to 9:30. All right. Excuse me. All right, so now after creating a bias, what do you look for to understand it's now time to engage with the market? Before I just hand it out, throw it in chat. Let me know what the answer is. You create a game plan from the daily chart. After you get that game plan from the daily chart, what is the thing that you look for to understand it is now time to engage with the market? No Luck, Pure Skill has been here too long. I can't get anything past them. They already know my information. It goes to show who has put the time in and who has put the effort in and who has been in the community for some time, because that only took like half a second. Very good job, No Luck, Pure Skill. Very good job. Right, so yes to everybody that's saying SMT or a cracking correlation, whatever you want to call it. When I'm bullish, I'm looking at swing lows or bullish FEGs as higher time frame levels to look for long positions. Okay. At those levels, I look for SMT. SMT, whether you want to call it SMT or a cracking correlation, that is the divergence that I look for between 2 correlated assets to tell me it is now time to engage with the market. Okay, so take a look at this 8:15 a.m. swing low. Notice how on NQ, we do not run below that swing low. Take a look at ES. Take a look at the 8:15 a.m. swing low. Notice how we do run below it on ES. This is an example of bullish SMT. 2 correlated assets did something different at the same exact time. I'm literally referring to the time, right? The 8:15 candle to the 9:30 candle. The 8:15 candle to the 9:30 candle. So when SMT appears on the chart, that is the thing that the market is tipping its hand saying it's time to execute. Okay? How do you know which asset to execute on? It's your entry function, right? So if you go down to the lower time frame here, now at 9:30, you can see that there is no entry here for me on NQ because NQ just sprints higher. Okay? So there is no question in regards to stronger or weaker pair here. The question is does one of the assets have an entry function on it? The entry function that I use is this right here. I use a breaker block plus an FEG, right? So a swing low, swing high, a new low, then a new high. That's what a breaker is, okay? So the breaker will be found within this leg here. And then I also want an FEG to be aligned with the breaker. That doesn't happen here on NQ, right? We go higher, we make a higher low, we go higher, we make a higher low, we go higher, we make a higher low, we go higher. So see the difference here? This structure is not on the chart. All right, now let's go over to ES. All right, and you can clearly see it here. Ready? Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. This is the exact structure that I look for to get into a position. You can see that the SMT occurred before the entry occurred. So you can see these concepts before getting into the position. You can also see the FEG that is aligned with the breaker, right? So let's highlight the breaker right here. And then you can see that there's clearly an FEG aligned with the breaker here. Right, so breaker block plus oh, get ready, chat. Surprise.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is
Take a look at the code, chat. 30 free resets. Who's gonna get one? Who's gonna get one, chat? Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Congratulations. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Second giveaway of the day. Love to see it. Another day, another giveaway. It's every single day that we're doing this. It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So if you're finding any value in the giveaways, if you're finding any value in the hosts, if you're finding any value in the community, if you're finding any value in the trades, do us a favor, like the video, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. We continue to keep working and learning every single day of the week. And back to the position. So if you take a look here, all the things that we've been referencing are shown on the chart. You have the breaker block plus the FEG. You have the SMT that occurs at the higher time frame level. All right, so let's start marking these things out now. So we have a 15-minute swing low. We have SMT that occurs at this swing low. All right, so we're looking at a higher time frame level, right? The 15-minute swing low. We are looking at swing lows because we're bullish from the higher time frame. When price got to the higher time frame level, we looked for a crack in correlation, and we got it. Once all of those things occurred, that's when we looked for a breaker block plus an FEG. We also got that. Lastly, and most importantly, let's take a look at these right here. Right? What is the best form of draw on liquidity? We've spoke about this many, many times as well. We have equal highs resting above here. Perfectly equal highs. So it makes a lot of sense that price is going to want to go up there and take those equal highs out. And then lastly, probably most importantly, take a look at the time, right? So the entry was at 9:50. New York Open. 9:50, New York Open. So let's just recap all of the most important concepts here. In my opinion, the most important information in order would be time, which is New York Open. Entry occurred at 9:50. Second most important would be bias or draw on liquidity, right? We are bullish and we had equal highs. Third most important is that a higher time frame level had SMT occur at it. And then lastly, the entry function, which is breaker block plus FEG. So as a top-down analysis, these are the things that I look for to get into the position. That's the first thing to understand. This is the logic that I use to understand when it's time to execute and when it's not time to execute. Okay? Now, when it goes to executing the position, after all of these things are confirmed, that is when we are setting an order at the beginning of the breaker, a stop at the low, and we're aiming for 2R. So you can see here that the entry was taken here, the stop loss was here, the take profit was here. You see the executions here for that. So there's your executions as well. 6770.50, right? 6770.50. Very simple. Set a limit order, right? Just like this. I'm not going to enter this now. It's already been completed. I'm just showing you the process. All right, set a limit order there. Set a stop loss here. Set a take profit here. All right, and you can see the exit there. 67.8250, 67.8225, right? That's because that was just under 2R, right? So the exact 2R. Oh, it's dragging to the thing. Hold on. Yeah, so that was exactly 2R. 67.8250, 67.8250. So you tell me, in the matter of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. In the matter of 13 minutes, if you were to make $600, is that enough? Is that enough for you? Is $600 within the first 13 minutes of the morning, is that good enough? I'm specifically asking because now we need to know what happens after the position, right? Because only the individual that would now think, oh, I still need more, right? Only the individual that would go back in and overtrade would hand this back, would hand back $600. So this now goes into the mental and emotional intelligence portion of the conversation. If you're going to sit there and say it's never enough, then you're going to go ahead and blow your accounts because you're going to go back in and revenge trade. You're going to go back in overconfident, oversized, and hand it all back. Or can you just simply understand when enough is enough? Can you have the patience to then go back to the sideline? I know you were joking, but it was a part of the conversation. I know you were joking. Don't worry. It was a part of the conversation that I was trying to have either way. The point that I'm trying to make is if you really think it's not enough, then you're going to hand back the hard-earned work that you just did, when in reality, what job gives you $600 in 13 minutes? You tell me. Right? You'd have to be like a professional athlete to do that. You'd have to be in like the MLB, the NBA, to do $600 in 13 minutes. Right? This is why we're here. We're here to learn a skill. We're here to develop a source of income that nobody can take away from you. Right? If you understand how to do this right here, the only thing that you need is internet and electric. That's the only thing you actually have to depend on. Right? You don't have to be worried about a job. You don't have to depend on a vehicle to get a job. You don't have to depend on education to receive the job. You don't have to depend on anything other than your own skill. So that's why we're here developing this skill every single week. Because when you have this skill right here, nobody can take it away from you. That's why we're here working and learning every single chance we can get. In return, you end up with time freedom. You end up with location freedom. And this is why we're actually doing this, because now after the stream, I'm leaving the office and I'm going to the gym while everybody else is still halfway through their workday. So do you want to be stuck to a computer? Do you want to be stuck to a job? Do you want to have restraints to where you're supposed to be at a certain time or what you're supposed to be doing? Or can you develop a skill that will allow you that freedom? Seriously, I'm having the conversation because a lot of people come in here treating this as a game, treating this without the respect that it deserves. Your results are going to show through the respect you give your business. If you treat this like a game, you're going to get game results. If you treat this like a business, you might have a chance. So you tell me, any questions about the information? Any questions about the trade? Any questions about the intraday action? Now let's get away from the rant. Now you understand why the position was taken. You understand how it was executed, the thought process that went behind it, the logic that went into it. And now you also understand the mental and emotional intelligence of me sitting here saying, I will not give this back. I would rather have that freedom. I'm not going to do something that will negatively impact that. I would rather be going to the gym, right? So in another 20 minutes when my live stream's done, that's what I'll be doing next. So any questions or information about the trade, about the intraday action, before we move on to the next portion of the segment? Let's just see if anybody has any lower time frame questions now. Ash, do you care about taking the trade on the weakest asset in this case? I do care because on NQ, there was no entry function. So I specifically use breaker blocks plus FEGs as my entry, right? So take a look at 930 here. At 930, NQ just starts running higher. So there is no bullish breaker block plus FEG here. Right, even if you wanted to use this down here as the breaker, right, you do have a swing low here, a swing high here, a new low here, and a new high here. Even if you were trying to use that as your breaker, price ran away from it and never came back to it. So the strength or weakness conversation there doesn't mean anything to me because there was only one opportunity in terms of my game plan, in terms of how I react to this market. All right, here's 930 as well. 930 on ES goes lower. It creates the breaker. It has an FEG, gives the entry, and then goes higher. So there really wasn't a question there because there's nothing on NQ I could have used. Any drops today yet? Yeah, we've had multiple drops already. It looks like you must have just entered the stream because we literally just did a giveaway. Does NQ have a bullish continuation unicorn? Now you got to ask yourself, where am I longing from? Where am I longing from? Would I rather long down here or up here? Ask yourself where price is currently located now. So I have no interest in taking longs anymore. This was the move here. I would rather long when price is lower. Above old highs is not the location that I look for longs. So even if it presents itself, it doesn't fit the logic that I'm looking to use. Ash, when using the 4-hour time frame as bias, there are more swings and FEGs present which show minor reactions. How do I know which one to react to? I use the most recent information. That's the first thing. So look at the most recent information. Right? So I'm not determining which one to use. I'm simply analyzing the most recent information. Do you have a video of breaker blocks? Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. Here's the @ sign right here. So if you go on YouTube, type in @_Ash_trades_, you'll see my YouTube there. There's a completely free unicorn model playlist there. Do you have both charts open? Do you switch between them? I have 4 different monitors, so I do always have both charts open. The monitor that we're currently live streaming on, that's only one of 4 monitors. The breaker block plus FEG you look for on the lower time frame, not the mid time frame. The higher time frame is usually the daily chart. That's where I obtain my bias. The medium time frame is usually the hourly or the 15-minute chart. That's where I look for higher time frame levels and a crack in correlation. Then the lower time frame is where I look for this here. So the lower time frame is where I find my entry function. Hard to find individuals who actually have discipline in their day-to-day lives. Discipline is going to be the bridge between consistency and your goals. So it's completely up to you. Whether you want to have discipline or not, it's just an individual's choice. It's completely okay to not have goals, right? To not have discipline. If you want to live your life that way, nobody should judge you upon how you want to live your life. Same thing goes for having discipline. If you have goals and you want to reach for them, I think discipline is going to be a main factor along with consistency that gets you to those goals. Either way, any choice is fine. Everybody is welcome here. Nobody should be judged contingent upon who they want to be. But that I have goals I'm trying to reach for. That's why I need discipline. That's why I need consistency. That's why I approach my day-to-day life like that. I'm looking to have a family, right? So in the near future, I would like to have some kids. I need to set up a healthy life to bring those kids into this world. I need to make sure that, health is correct, that finances are correct, that they have a safe place to live, that they have a healthy world to come into. So that is the reason why I'm disciplined. Is my reason why. My reason why is my family. So the reason why I'm looking to reach these goals is because I want to have a family where I could produce for them and give them a healthy life. Ash, do you watch anime? No, I don't watch anime. No, I don't. If NQ was the stronger bullish, why did you take the trade on ES? Once again, NQ did not have an entry function. So the entry function that I use is right here, a breaker block plus an FEG. I look for that during New York Open. So here's New York Open on NQ. On NQ, we go higher. We just keep going higher. We just keep going higher. So look at this pattern. This is what NQ did. This is what I'm looking to execute right here. Okay, so there was no execution available on NQ. That is why ES was the trade. Now let's go to New York Open on ES, and you can see that there was a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. So the entry function that I use was only present on ES. That is the reason why ES was the trade and not NQ. Ash, can you show the price action, please? Watching your screen while I have my own trades on elsewhere, so keeping track. Yep, I was just focusing on the trade that I was taking. So if we're done having that conversation, we can get over to current price action. What I have to say about current price action is we're still trending higher, right? So we're moving higher right now. Therefore, I would not be trying to force any type of shorts, right? I do think we'll continue to keep pushing higher because along with the shorter term trend, we have the higher time frame trend. The daily chart is extremely bullish. So I would not be surprised if we get another additional move higher this morning. So that's what I have to say about the current trend as well, the current price action, right? We're making higher lows and higher highs on both. Oh, there's a little bit of divergence here, right? Lower lows. So if NQ is able to make a higher high, that'll definitely be a good sign to see ES continue. So there is a little bit of divergence there, right? So you can see the divergence right here. ES has taken out the high here, whereas NQ has not taken out the high. All right, so there is a little bit of bearish divergence, so I would be careful of that. Discipline when other people aren't watching you is harder than when they are looking. Yeah, absolutely. And that's where I would ask you, do you seriously go to the gym 3 to 4 times a week? Do you actually eat healthy? Or are you eating snacks? Are you eating candy? Right? Those little things when people aren't keeping you accountable is where the discipline is actually made. I definitely agree with that. I would love to be Ash's kid. They're going to be set up nicely. Well, we gotta have them first. So hopefully we can get to that point in time. We are trying. My reason is family as well. Good man you are, Ash. Yeah, my entire reason why is family. So that is all the motivation I need. When your reason why is stronger than any how, you can endure anything. So that's all the motivation I need is to know that I'm doing this to provide for a healthy family. How old were you when you started trading? I was 20 years old. I was right out of college. I'm 30 now. So it's just been a nice decade at this point. Ash, do you think we keep pushing higher or are we due for a pullback? At this current moment in time, this is not where I would be looking for longs, right? So yes, my higher time frame bias is bullish, right? So I would rather be looking for longs than looking for shorts, but this is just not the location that I would be looking for longs. I'm not interested in looking for shorts. We do still have new all-time highs to target. So let's do a quick prediction. I love doing the predictions with you all as well. It's good to see everybody else's perspective. Chat, throw a 1 in chat if you think we're going to make a new all-time high today. Throw a 2 in chat if you think that this morning's move is over and that we're going to pull back. So type a 1 in chat for new all-time highs. Type a 2 in chat for no new all-time highs. What do you think? What do you think? A little prediction for you all. I'm personally bullish. I've been saying it for quite some time, so I'll see if we can. My answer would be 1. I would like to see if we can make new all-time highs. No, this is not where I would look for longs, but yes, I think that's the direction that we're moving. How do you know if SMT will hold? Do you base it off of time? You don't know anything. There is no guarantees in this business. Anything can fail. So in terms of knowing, if anybody gives you any degree of certainty, if anybody gives you some kind of guarantee, I would run the other way. Because the fact of the matter is price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. Anything is capable of failing. So I don't think there's any type of guarantee of knowing what price is going to do. You decide whether you want to take risk or not take risk. Once you've decided that, then you allow the probabilities to play out. That's what it comes down to. It's risk management is what it is. You can't control what price will do, nor can we tell the future. Ash, I'm up for adoption. I don't. We would like to have our own first. We haven't considered adopting humans or animals. We would like to have our own first, and then we'll go from there. After you entered ES, would you have taken an additional entry on NQ if it presented? Nope. The risk is accepted before the risk is taken. I do not look to add risk to it. So the game plan was set. I need to execute the game plan. Once I execute the game plan, I need to wait for a result. That's how I approach the market. I don't want to be making more decisions. Ash, how was your childhood? Seems like good discipline, but no trauma. I hate to say it, it is actually the complete opposite of that. Quite bad trauma, to say the least. I lost my parents at a very young age. So one left when I was 14 and one left when I was 20. So I think that's half the reason why the discipline had happened. I needed to do everything for myself. So there was no handouts given. That is what allowed me to understand that you need to put in the work. You have to put in the time. You have to put in the effort. I think the discipline was created because nobody else was coming to help me, right? So when it came to paying the bills, right, I was paying rent. When it came to putting food on the table, I was putting the food on the table, right? So that was probably one of the most traumatic things that I ever had to go through. I've explained that in prior live streams that, sorry, I'm getting a little choked up now. I had to explain in prior live streams that everybody wonders why, I act as a robot, right? There's like a joke of me being an AI. No, I am a real person, and we have done trader meetups, so I will literally shake your hand in real life. The reason why I act this way is because of those traumatic experiences, right? So something that actually hurts me is losing my parents, right? So when I'm sitting here watching price fluctuate, watching the number go up and down, that doesn't mean anything to me, because what actually means something to me is something like losing your parents, right? So it's completely okay to make jokes. I wasn't trying to, get too straightforward here. I don't want to dive much deeper into it because we should focus on day trading, but I'm showing you the reasons why I'm capable of being objective. I don't wish that upon anybody, but I'm letting you know that is the reason why I'm capable of detaching from my emotions, because the thing that actually matters, they're not here anymore. So We are. Let's see if we can get those new all-time highs, though. We are getting a move higher, so maybe we'll get them. Thank you, chat. That was very supportive. I thank you very much. I greatly appreciate all the nice comments and the kind comments. Thank you very much. I really wasn't trying to make that about me. I was just answering the question. I do really appreciate the supportiveness, though. So thank you very much. It's completely okay that you asked it. I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm being transparent with you. I really don't wish that upon anybody, but when you sit here and say that I look like an AI, it's because I don't have feelings about these things. The thing that I actually feel towards is family. So, when you tell me, why don't you move your stop loss to break even? It's because I don't care if they come and take me out at a stop loss. I don't care about, a $500 loss. I would rather focus on the process. I would rather have discipline in my process. I would rather create a game plan and stick to the game plan. A minus 500. So this morning it would have been, let's see. Let's take a look. This morning, so 6 times 50, what is that? $300, $350? $300, right? 6 times 50. So minus $300 quite literally means nothing to me. What actually means something to me is doing 1 to 2 risk to reward, entering at the breaker block, there being an FEG aligned with the breaker block, there being SMT at a higher time frame level, right? Me following my game plan, me following my process, that's what actually matters to me. Not price invalidating my idea and me taking a stop loss. So, same exact thing goes for moving the stop loss, right? Like, I'm not going to go break even. It's plain and simple. I've accepted the risk before the risk has been taken. So the only option for me at that point in time is either a winner or a loser. These little price fluctuations in here, I have no worry about that. I really appreciate all the support, though. I do know that, we like to have fun. We like to make some jokes, but it is very nice to see that everybody is very personable and professional as well when it matters. So that was very generous of all of you. Thank you very much, chat. Sorry again. I really wasn't trying to make that about me. I was just answering the question. So any last questions, though? We do have just a couple more minutes before Tom shows up. Any last questions? Any last information? Feel free to throw it in chat. We got just another minute here before it's Tom's turn. Like I said, next for me is going to crush the gym. That's the game plan every single day. Show up, create a game plan, execute the game plan, document the results, go work on health, go work on other businesses. Do you ever use Renko bars? No. Exactly what you see on my chart is what I use. These indicators, this one indicator is just to put these labels on my chart. The other indicator is just to see the kill zones, right? New York Open, London Open, Asia Open. So I'm not an indicator user. This is quite literally what I use. I use candlesticks and technical analysis. So if I can just give one last note or tip or a little bit of insight, just keep working, okay? No matter where you are in this process, your past does not reflect your future, okay? Just focus on getting 1% better than your prior self every single day. Do not allow your past to determine your future. Okay, keep getting better. Just focus on conducting your process to the best of your ability. Let's come in here, continue to keep working and continue to keep learning. Alrighty, I really appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for your time. Another great session today. If you have any additional questions, you can contact me on Twitter. You can contact me in Discord, or you can show up tomorrow, and we're going to do this again tomorrow. All right. So thank you very much. I really appreciate every single one of you. Let's go ahead and hand the mic over to Tom. I hope everybody has a great day. I'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome, everybody. Hello. Good to see you guys in chat. And Ash, thank you again for everything. Ash, I must say before you go, what you shared, actually, it touched me, and you just became even on a higher level in my end because that kind of explains a lot about your discipline, about a lot of stuff. And bro, big hug for you, and thanks again, and for sharing everything, for all the knowledge, everything, because I feel you there. So thank you again. A great session. I always tune in and listening to Ash, and obviously we're here to push the positive vibes, but it's always just we're learning, and everybody has a different cycle, a different story, a different journey. We learned a lot, and every day we learn a lot. So W's for Ash in the chat. Thank you so much. I got shook about that, but obviously we're moving, we're learning. That's why we're here. We're repeating every single day. That's what we're doing. So I just want to say, by the way, this is such a great community, and as part of a community, you guys in the chat and everybody, also I'm here as a host. This just feels amazing to be part of this community, to share information, to share your happiness, your pain, your sorrow, your journey, your results, everything. That's why it's just such a great thing to be a part of MyFunded TV every single day, every single week, not to mention all the positive information and knowledge, right? So hello again, everybody. Special hello to the hosts and the mods, Danny, Magnus, and Abhishek, of course. I don't know Lucas is here, but obviously everybody and you guys in the chat. It's just always good to be here. MyFunded TV is amazing. And not to mention all the free stuff, right? But really, lots of knowledge. And as I said, and I kept saying like all the time, being here every day at MyFunded TV should be also like a daily routine for you as a trader. Really, even if you're doing your business or your job, if you have some spare time to spend here at MyFunded TV, it kind of builds up those habits, that positive habits, that you're gathering information from the hosts and everybody. So this is great. This is one of the many reasons I love being here. All right. So just a quick technical recap before we go on. If you guys have some quick questions, let me know. I try to look into the chat every now and then. Yo, Green, what's up? Ezra, good to see you. And there you go, Deco. It's your routine now. It's addictive. It is, Adam. It is addictive. That's why we love MyFunded TV. It's just so many good things. So positive vibes. Good morning. Okay. So I'm doing great. Actually, I made about $1,500 on my funded accounts. Actually, not 15. So $1,700 on my funded accounts today. Not just one account, but on average around $250-ish per account. So I'm doing great. Green on the fundeds. I messed around a little bit on an evaluation account, but it was good. London session was a little bit like not bad, but it was good. We had a short trade. Not much to talk about the London session. But let's see what happened here. Just a quick recap. Yeah, so I started to stream. I always start to stream around 2 a.m. Eastern Standard in London session. We took a short to go for the Asia low, which was actually a relative equal lows right here, almost to the tick. Technically to the tick almost, yeah. And so we took that out. We had the Asia low sweep and we went higher. I did not take a long position after that, but we were, observing as price was going higher to a 5-minute supply zone. And there was another 5-minute supply zone, which actually got taken out before the 5 a.m. session. Now, there was also another 5-minute supply zone, which I want to show you guys because it's and also another. So I'm going to show you guys some zones here. One is up there, which is also a 5-minute / 1 minute zone right here. And there is also a 5-minute. This pushed price lower yesterday in the AM session, this is like actually a textbook level right there. So when I see a textbook level like that, even if price tags into that zone, I'm usually, trying to anticipate that the market is going to take the high of that zone, which was in this case at 25,126. So I kind of like that. And actually, before I started to stream in the New York the AM session, I went into a trade and, on the 1 minute, nothing special, took a long position. It was good. But as we observed the price going higher, let me just actually change this because it was a 1 minute / 1 minute / 5 minute / 5 minute supply zone right there. So let's go to the left here. And yesterday in the AM session, oh, sorry, that's not a 5. Oh, my mistake. Only 1 minute then. Sorry, my mistake. So let's go to the 1 minute. It's not valid on the 5. I'm sorry. So as price was going higher, I noticed that there is a level here, which happened yesterday during the silver bullet hour, right? As price was pushing into these fair value gaps and picking up liquidity with these bullish candles. Now, it was kind of an interesting thing because the first bearish candle was higher than the previous bearish candle, but with a previous bullish candle, but with a higher wick here on this bullish candle. So that still makes it a valid supply zone, which actually, so this retracement yesterday in the AM session actually initiated the drop lower, you see, and there was the drop later on throughout the AM session. So I would say this was still somewhat a consolidation area. As price pulled back into these fair value gaps and then shifted the market to the downside, this was the move. This started the whole thing, in my opinion. Okay. And so if we go back for today, we can see that as price was going higher, or the market was going higher, it also created, this is important, this created a pullback into a fair value gap. So on the way up on the 1 minute chart, this created a bullish order block / demand zone. So eventually we got up to the 1 minute supply zone, and the high of the supply zone is 231.25. Now the highest candle was 231. The high of this candle is 231. So it missed the high with just single tick. One single tick there, which makes this zone valid. Let me just make it more transparent. Which makes this zone valid until that level is not being broken. Okay. So it's just amazing to see. And this is, again, it's kind of like an art, right? 1 minute demand zone. amazing to see how the market eventually backed down here and then picked up orders and then went up there and broke that 31.25 finally. And as for what we can see in the rest of the day, I think there's a very good chance to go for previous day high, 274. I don't have any entry. I don't have any zone. So we're just going to make a new history, it seems like, on NQ. Don't chase it, I would say. But there's a high chance, I think, to go bullish. As Ash was also saying, like, I'm leaning on the bullish side, at least for now, based on the higher time frame movements and everything, as I see the big picture here. Look at this. This is the 15-minute time frame. We went down there, swept liquidity from this liquidity void on the new week opening gap, and the whole situation started to reverse. And now I kind of feel like whatever orders were swept around this area, it's going to be delivered all the way up there. If I would have to guess, and this is just my 2 cents on the dollar, there's lots of orders resting above 274. Okay, that's what I think. It might not happen today. It might go into tease all the buyers, trying to push higher. Then it's going to go back down because it just created another zone. So it might going to go back down. But, lots of orders. Oh, look at that. I can do this now. Yeah. So good. So lots of orders up there. Okay. So that's what I think about NQ. Don't chase it. All right. Especially now as we're approaching the lunch hour. Yeah. So, the VWAP, 2 cents. Yes, please. Okay. How about gold? Yeah, I just want to show gold. Yeah. And I have a great topic for today. So gold is also like we're making history every day. I had a short on gold earlier as well, based on these relative equal lows. Look at this. And you will see what I'm trying to say here. So and these were to the tick, these lows. Absolutely great. So at the market open, obviously, obvious. The move was pretty much obvious. And then on the downside, well, there is one zone down here at 40.23.3. Actually, that's not it. 23.2. So other than that, I don't see anything special on the downside. But because we're at all-time highs again, the only thing I can have as a potential target, and I'm not going to jump into a long on gold, is the 4,100 level. So if I zoom out on the on the 5-minute chart, and if I'm looking for any sort of good target, even if I go to the 15-minute, it's just hard to say. There is one here actually at 35.6. I'm definitely not going to take a long position on gold, especially not now at this hour of the day. So the closest level would be this, which would be a 15-minute demand zone. The only thing I would consider on gold is if there would be a strong sell-off, and then, low-hanging fruit would be to target the midnight area, or at least this swing low. Maybe it's not even going to go down to that 35.4, so somewhere around 40, and that's it. But it has to be a real strong displacement to the downside, at least with some fair value gaps and with the retracement. Okay, that's what I think. Definitely not going to take a long on gold. Okay, but a correction could be possible anytime, and we'll see. That's it. And I haven't really looked at ES other than the same situation, like it just wants to push higher. And because ES and NQ is so bullish right now, it's just, I don't know. I'm just not feeling comfortable taking, as Ash was saying, I'm bullish, but not at this position. I don't want to take a position here. Okay. So let me know if you have questions. BMW giveaway, sure. Sure. I'm gonna ask some funding for that. All right. Hey LG, what up? The cup and handle being formed on NQ. Do you think so? Which time frame? Something like, I never really checked those formations, to be honest. I never checked that. The giveaway is not my department. You got to ask Abhishek or Magnus or Danny. They are doing it. I wish I could help you out, but that's not my department. Raphael, good to see you. Gold, yeah, gold is what it is. So, Raisin, what's up? Yeah, long time no see. Where have you been, man? Yeah, I actually bought like a dozen white t-shirts because my studio was so dark. I needed some, and I was wearing some dark clothes. I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy a dozen white t-shirts, and so it's not that dark now. You were in downfall. What happened, man? Are you trading pro accounts now? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm trading funded accounts, if that's what you're asking. Palinka giveaway is not going to happen now. I wish I could be. Anyone knows who's going to be the next James Bond? That would be. I mean, I'm very curious who's going to be the next James Bond. My favorite James Bond, by the way, before we go further, is Pierce Brosnan. I know everybody likes, Daniel Craig. Yeah, I know. Pierce Brosnan, I think he was the one. Yeah, I know. Sean Connery and Roger Moore, of course. Yeah, salute for them. For me, because I'm a 90s kid, it's Pierce Brosnan. It will be a woman. Wow, they're changing it. Facts. Facts. Exactly. Henry Cavill. The problem is, I got to go to the gym a little bit more. But anyway, as I was saying, and let's just steer back to the topic. I will be the antagonist, like, I don't know. I'm going to do like, I don't know. I will be the antagonist, maybe. Okay. 0069. Yeah. So as I was saying, multiple accounts, I traded multiple accounts today, and it just got to my mind that we talked about this, I know, but we talked about having multiple funded accounts, like when you're copy trading them or not, right? But there's also like a mental game by handling multiple funded accounts, or a psychology behind it. And I thought that this would be a great opportunity to talk about it. You were sleeping today? No problem, man. Mick, it's all good. So I thought that, we should review all those things, like one account versus many, right? Usually. I got this question actually in a DM message the other day, like, hey, Tom, should I be getting some more funded accounts, or should I stick with just one funded account? Did you change the camera? I don't know. Maybe I did, maybe not. I'm not sure. Maybe I did. I don't. Maybe I didn't. Let me check it. Sometimes when I mess too much with the screen, because the camera is mounted on my screen, it tends to, mess around. But hopefully it's okay. It's wider. Yeah, it could be wider because you guys see the whoosh fan. I have to get that down to the storage because I don't need that fan right now. No, there's if you see that glowing thing in the background, don't worry about it. As I said the other day, I made some very good business with a couple of guys from Far East, and they left me with a suitcase. And they told me it's all good, just don't open it. So I was like, okay, I'm not gonna open it. So that's what happened. True story, actually. Absolutely true story. Exactly. I don't know what's wrong with my with my chat, but it's all good. Something's not right with the chat. All right, now it's good. It's fixed. I fixed it. Don't worry about it. So they just told me don't do anything. So as I was saying, and let me just do this. I was wondering, like, how hard or easy it is to handle one or multiple funded accounts, right? Because I get this all the time. Like, should we just go with one or multiple funded accounts? Will Barbie in the back? No, actually, I'm going to have a Scarface poster in the background. You saw the car. All right. Yeah, that was just, yeah. So what I wanted to say, one or multiple accounts, okay? That's the question. That's the question. One or many. So obviously there's one, I got to start with first, if having just one account, okay? The world is yours. Exactly. That's when it's going to be in the background. So one account makes you, makes many things a little bit easier. Why? Because obviously the focus and the simplicity. The focus is definitely better and much more simple on just one account. All right. We all know that. Now, the thing with like multiple accounts, there things start to complicate, like diversification, right? And scalability. Those things come into the picture, and it might require some different aspect and different management style to look at those things. The right answer actually depends on your psychology, and also on your consistency, and also on your discipline. The question isn't really how many accounts you can get, but it's how many you can handle, right? So yes, at MyFundedFutures, you can get now 5 simulated accounts. That is, yeah, big Zoe. So 1 until you're consistent. At MyFundedFutures, you can get 5. But as I said, the question is how many can you handle? And I think it's super important. But first, let's keep things simple. And I'm going to leave the chart here on the 5-minute. I'm curious if we're going to break that level. So keep it simple first. The advantages of, one single funded account. As I was saying, you're going to have like laser focus. All your energy goes into one chart, one goal, and one plan. And obviously that's the greatest advantage of having one account. One chart, one goal, one plan, laser focus. All right. Obviously less pressure, and you will see why. Now you're saying less pressure. Oh, but I'm under pressure. No, if you're under pressure with one single account, that's a different thing. We're going to talk about that too. Pigeon, good to see you. So less pressure. For example, you're not juggling multiple rules or drawdown limits, but that's just the thing. You can focus on one single MyFundedFutures account. You learn to master depth, really, instead of, having multiple, things to focus on. Cleaner data, by the way, and feedback. You don't have to focus on different kind of platforms, maybe even, but that's just a minor thing. One account gives you a clean performance data, faster growth. And by the way, MyFundedFutures has an awesome dashboard. I don't know how many of you guys are checking your stats on the MyFundedFutures dashboard. I think it's just basically one of the greatest, if not the greatest dashboards out there. So many stats that you can review and track your performance. It's just awesome. It's great. Jack, it was good to see you. See you next time. Kevin, have a good one. So, as I was saying, cleaner data and feedback, right? And also, one of the most important thing by having one account is stronger emotional control, right? Easier to manage one emotional roller coaster than 5 at once. It really is. It really is. Even if you're not copy trading those accounts. Alexon, hey, good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You can check that too. Internet Explorer. I like the name. Yeah. So obviously stronger emotional control, right? And I would say like master one account like it's your business, okay? If you can't run one store, then don't open up 5 stores. And this is most likely for those of you who are starting out or just having one account or going for that first payout, right? Focus, execute, withdraw. Exactly. The best DJ in town. Welcome. Always lagging Explorer. Come on. So I do love this analogy here. Like master one account like it's your business, as we all should, right? If you can't run one store or one business, don't open 5. And that's a clear answer to that, right? First one account, bring it to consistency. Tom the barber now, DJ. What? Yeah, I'm going to be a barber. Yeah, I'm going to be a barber, most likely. Yeah. Actually, that's my side business, but it's a secret. Also, I mean, one account also has some drawbacks, usually, right? We all know that. Not some big things, but the problem with having one account is, as we all know, all eggs in one basket, right? One mistake can actually hurt your entire month, not to mention about your confidence and your consistency, your conviction. So if things go real sideways, that can actually hurt you a lot. And this is what I explained, like why I'm doing things a little bit like Matt is doing it, like having multiple accounts, managing them differently. But I'm going to explain it why and how. Okay. Shop address, please. So also one disadvantage of having one funded account is limited. It has a limited strategy flexibility. Okay. So I was also saying, like, I do have a funded account where I most likely just scalp, like sometimes many times with 1 mini or 15 micros. Why? Because I try to take partials. Those trades on that particular account are being made a little bit more like as a discretionary approach, right? So that's a different strategy. I also have another funded account where I always wait for those trades that I can hold even throughout the trading session if I must. And those trades are being made with like 1 to 3 or 4 micros. 2 different accounts, 2 absolutely different risk management style. Okay. So that gives me more flexibility, and there's a lot more to it, right? Because the problem with one account is you can't separate scalping versus swing trading. And swing trading, I mean intraday swing trading, right? Especially if you are able to trade the London session and the New York session, okay? And you are able to hold trades throughout the day or throughout the Asia session all the way up to the London session or New York. Who knows? I know a lot of people who are trading like this, like adding 1 or 2 micros into a position, and yeah, they're holding it for 5-8 hours if they have to. But if you start to scalp that account, yeah, it has a disadvantage. So it's harder to scale, right? It makes you harder to scale those accounts if you have just one. One account keeps you sharp, by the way, but also keeps you exposed. Especially if you're seeing multiple things. You want to scalp, but you already have a position here and there, not to mention if you're trading multiple markets. Okay? But that's basically like the one account situation. But the advantages of having multiple funded accounts. Now, this is where things get a little bit more exciting and more interesting. You used to take, yeah, Spencer, I totally feel you there. So, what is happening? Come on. Get prepared. Come on. Here it goes. Support 30. 30 free resets. Support 30, everybody. Support 30. Run. Go. Run, Forrest. Run. Go for it. Go. Whew. Oh my God. This was emotional. Go for it, man. Stream broke. Okay. Am I frozen? Not yet. My funded big. Oh no! This is not the. No, that's not that show. This song is so great. I hope you guys got it. You gotta be you gotta be faster than Flash. Gotta be super fast. The music is epic. Stream lagging. Come on, man. Keep the music. That's for sure. Stream broken. Is it really? It's not broken. Of course it's not broken. How could it be? Stream is not broken. I know. Thank you, Lucas. I was almost sweating here. Yeah, you guys should drop it on Spotify. I would be listening it in my car. Anyway, as I was saying, congratulations again for those who got it. 30 resets. That was awesome. So, as I was saying, the advantages of multiple accounts, and that's where things get a little bit more crazier, also better in my opinion. Hold on. If you're just starting to get your first payout, stick with one account, okay? Your job is to go with that one account. But okay, let's just move on to multiple accounts. Stream is lagging. It might be a YouTube thing. I'm going to check it on my I'm going to actually check it on my phone. Right? Let's check it on my phone. On my end, everything is perfect. It's lagging every 5 seconds. I don't know. On my end, it looks good. Yeah, it looks good. All right. It's fine. All right. Don't troll me, everybody. All right. It's good. So, back to the topic. It's not lagging. You guys keep trolling me. All right. Again, multiple accounts. First, everybody who was trolling me, timeout. No, I was just joking, of course. Maybe it was a YouTube thing. First of all, diversification of risk. All right. That's very important. Multiple accounts. Diversification of risk. Obviously, right? We all know that each account can be treated like a portfolio, by the way. One red account doesn't kill you. Okay. If you treat every account like a portfolio. So you have 5 funded accounts, for example. One account goes into the red. Your portfolio can be still good. It can be still on the positive note, on the positive side. Okay. Different strategies, different personalities. I mean, not literally, because I'm not saying we're having different personalities, but different strategies. Use one account, as I was saying, for scalps, one for swing trading. And, you can also use one account for experimental trades. Why not? If you're learning something new, why not dedicate one account to something new? We are always adopting. Yesterday, we talked about this. We're always adopting to the market. So if you have multiple funded accounts, and if you have some experience already, not to mention if you got those payouts already, why not just dedicate one account to try out new things, new strategies? All right. Just an idea. Also, it's like a psychological reset. A loss in one account doesn't emotionally bleed into another. But that takes time to be able to handle those emotions. I'm going to give you an example from my experience. It happened actually multiple times. When I blew up one of my funded accounts, I still had some other funded accounts, of course. And, for me to reset myself, like metaphorically speaking, it took me like a minute or two, just a few minutes, like, okay. One account is gone. I still have time from the session. My levels are still there. Everything is cool. I'm just switching to a different account. Many times I wasn't really able to switch that easy but because I'm having multiple accounts, and I know I said this like multiple times, it's going to make you to keep your emotions, or your, maybe if you think that you're going to go on a tilt session, just to think about that you have still multiple funded accounts, it's going to make it easier to accept that loss, because you know what to do. You know what you did wrong. And the only reason, if you still blow up another account after blowing up, for example, you start out with 5 funded accounts in the session, you make some mistake on the first one, account blown up, you already know what went wrong. What was the problem? Can I show ES, Bob? Sure. Here's ES. There you go. I talked about ES. I think it's just going to go higher to 68.02. But nothing more. There's a pullback on the 1 minute here to a fair value gap. I think it's just one more push and it goes above 68.02. But nothing special. Actually, I'm curious how NQ is going to go. NQ should be following up there. So, again, it takes experience. It takes chart time as well, obviously. But it helps you a lot to keep those emotions intact, okay? Legs, but oh, sorry about that. Stick around. There's always some freebie going on at MyFunded TV. And also, like as I was saying, the psychological reset, a loss in one account doesn't emotionally bleed into another, right? Flexibility with risk allocation. That's the next thing. That is super important. Rotate capital and focus depending on market conditions. Really, you can, even if you, for example, you make a win, you did a few scalp at the market open because you couldn't wait more and you just really wanted to do a scalp on one account. And let's say, for example, you made like, I don't know, you made like $300 on your scalping account at the market open. Great. Now you can rotate to the next account, because why would you want to give back that profit from that funded account? Just switch to the next one. So that's what I'm trying to say, like rotating these accounts, not just when you lose, but also when you win. All right. It gives you a very good, and that flexibility is actually going to be a very good stress killer. It's definitely, it's going to help you a lot. All right. So multiple accounts don't multiply your skill. They multiply your control. And that's the good thing. It's not a skill game, but it's going to multiply your control, because obviously we don't really have too much control over the market, but we do have control over our risk. And because the ego is always seeking for more control, and this is what trading is about, because we want to control everything. We want to show the market how it's done. But multiple accounts doesn't just gives you that, it makes that stress away, but it's also kind of helps you to feed that ego thing. Like, okay, I still have control. It's actually a negative habit, thinking about it as having more control, but it might be easier for your subconscious to accept that, okay, we can now move on to the next account and put on some trades there, even if you're on a winning streak. Okay. Just saying. Obviously, having multiple accounts has its challenges as well, okay? Because it does have a lot of challenge. Let me read the chat. No questions. All righty. All right. So it does have its its challenges, of course. Like, we can say that it's technically a complex risk management style, because you're not just focusing on one account. Of course, it's complex. More rules, maybe even if you're not just trading at one prop firm, but it can make it difficult if you're focusing on more rules. But obviously, I wouldn't say like the risk management, it's not just about remembering the rules for different accounts. But if one account is already in a certain drawdown, you got to keep in mind that the next account might still have a little bit more room to go, but then you keep forgetting that. So you just can't remember every single account's drawdown. Like, what is my maximum loss for today? How much did I lose on the previous account? It definitely makes you want to think in multiple, like not dimensions, but you definitely need to be on a watch. You have to be aware, like, how much is your wiggle room to trade on the particular day. I'm just saying it's going to make things a little bit more complex. It's also going to give you like a mental fatigue, right? Managing multiple open trades, right? If you have, one account is a little bit more heavier than the other, so one position is heavier on one account than on the other account, that's going to drain your focus for sure. And that's when usually when you're feeling that fatigue, that's when you're trading. But that's when you start trading reactively, most likely, instead of strategically. Because yes, we are reacting to the market, we are not predicting, but you have a strategy. And once you lose that focus, you're just going to react in that very second that you see something. Oh my God, the market is dropping. Okay, let's jump into a trade. That can give you some mental fatigue. What I'm just trying to say here is that it's definitely takes a lot more energy to focus, right? Also, you have one more thing as a challenge, like temptation of overtrading, right? You do have the temptation, like, oh, I have 5 funded accounts. I traded on 3 funded accounts. I still have 2 more. Why not just pull the trigger? I can tell you guys, I have 11 funded accounts right now. I'm trading on 3 or 4 actively. And the rest of them, obviously I'm trading on those as well to have the weekly trades done. But I'm definitely not focusing on all my funded accounts at the same time. So that's why I'm saying it does have a temptation to overtrade. Okay. And also another challenge, like it's splitting your attention, and not just your attention, but it's going to split your discipline as well. Right? So what made you consistent on one account can get diluted. So 5 accounts don't fix inconsistency. Okay, they magnify it. They are going to magnify it, basically. Look at gold. What's happening on gold? It's skyrocketing, right? Oh yeah, it goes. So gold is going for that 4,100, I guess. Nothing to do. I don't really care. I don't really care about gold. From my end, gold can go to 5K in the next 5 minutes. I don't care about it. But yeah, 4,100 would be the next psychological number. And as we see that happening, it seems like NQ is approaching a new high here. Yeah. So anyway, I mean that's quite an interesting. As for challenges, these are the things that actually gives you a challenge. But there's also like a psychological battle. Okay. The one account mindset equals precision, and mastery. But the multiple account mindset is going to equal like management, patience, delegation of focus, right? It does require more energy, is what I'm saying. You have to know your emotional bandwidth, right? You got to know your boundaries emotionally. Can you handle being red on one account and green on the other account without losing composure? Can you actually handle that? Hey, Adita, I'm doing great. Thank you. What should be a good new all-time high for NQ as per your experience? A new all-time high? Well, since we're making history every single day now, I would say that why not go for the round numbers? That's what I always, for example, here's the 300, 25,300. I have absolutely no intention to jump into a long. It seems like it seems like a good scalp trade to break all-time high. Usually when I jump in here, it's gonna pull back like 60 points immediately. And as I was saying, like multiple times, these were exactly the scenarios when I jumped into the trade and I blown up my accounts. So I would definitely not touch it. A 50K account has 2K drawdown. Some people look at it as if I have 500 stop, then I can do 4 setups. Would you use them same mindset if you have a 2000? No, I would not. I would not. No, I would not. I see what you're saying. I understand. On a $2,000 personal cash account, I think, but I'm not a brokerage expert about this, and obviously I'm not here to talk about, and I don't want to, and I think that's not the place to talk about other brokerages, and not prop firms, but brokerages. But I think for $2,000 personal cash account, you would not have the same leverage. So with MyFundedFutures, for example, as a prop firm, what you're also getting is leverage, right? But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and it's a different psychology, a different aspect, because on your personal cash account, it's real money, while here we are at simulated funded account. It's a different environment. It's about the risk, because on a funded account, let's just, and that's a very good question. The good risk management then. On a $2,000 account, I wouldn't risk more than $100 per trade. So that would be about 1 or 2 micros, depending on the setup, depending on the day, depending on the market, on the context, depending on your entry model. So anywhere around $100, 1 or 2 micros. Now, the thing is the risk as well. So when you put in $2,000 to your personal cash account, you're risking $2,000, obviously, right? But if you're good in trading, or you have some more, obviously you have more experience, then you buy, for example, a scale account or a pro account, then that's the only thing that you're risking. And that's why this is just so, at the same time, it's strange, and at the same time, it's amazing. And it's just, it's an interesting topic, because we could talk about just this for hours, like how our mindset is handling and should be handling. Not should be, but handling the personal cash account differently than a prop firm funded account. Now, we talked about this, like you should be treating your funded account, for example, a 50K funded account with 2,000 drawdown, as your personal account, right? I know I said that, so I'm not going to say otherwise. The goal, and this is one of the main advantages of prop firms, especially MyFundedFutures. Like MyFundedFutures is, on a positive way, it's forcing you to practice proper risk management. So proper risk management is being forced on you, because, and you have to think about it in a positive way. If you are able to get to the funded account, that's one thing. Then the goal is to get to the live account, and that is basically just managing one single account. Now, what would you do if at one day prop firms would stop existing, or you would not be able to trade at a prop firm? The goal is to be able to trade your personal cash account. The end goal, or not the end goal, but one of the goals, one of the streams of income, is to trade your personal cash account. But at a prop firm like MyFundedFutures, you have all the backup, all the support, everything to get to that stage. So actually, I steered away from the question. What I wanted to say is, on your funded account, on your simulated funded account, is definitely the goal to build more capital, learn to be consistent. And once you achieve consistency, then go to your cash account, and on a $2,000 account, risk no more than $100. That's it. That's it, basically, right? But thank you. I appreciate that question, by the way. Thank you. Tyler, hey, good to see you. So I love that question. Yeah, because Yeah, it's a great thing that we have prop firms. It's a great thing that we are here at MyFundedFutures. It's awesome, and I really think that prop firms are here to stay for the long run. It's a great business model, and obviously the goal is to be better experience, but also somewhere down the road, the goal is to channel some money into your personal cash account. And obviously, I in the past years, I've heard so many traders complaining in my chat too, like, just a second there, 7DS, just a second. So I heard a lot of complaints like, oh, these prop firms are having so many rules, I just can't trade like that. No. The question is wrong already. Like, why would you want to trade with more contracts? Why would you want to lose? For example, you have like $4,000 or $5,000 on your personal cash account. Why would you want to lose $2,000 on one single trade? Why? That's very bad risk management if you have a $4,000 or $5,000 personal cash account. So you got to look at on a different perspective. These rules are actually going to, like, quote unquote, burn into your mindset, and you can use it as a lifeline, not lifeline, but actually you can utilize it on your personal cash account, learning that you should not be risking more. There has to be a mental stop also on your personal cash account too. So that's why I think it's a good scenario for everybody. Yes, prop firms are not for charity. They are not a charity business. They are making money too. But if you think about it, it's much better to put that $2,000 into the prop business because you're building your prop account as a business. It's better, and obviously not like on the first day, like, okay, I'm going to buy $2,000 worth of scale accounts or whatever. No, start with one account and scale and try to, if you're investing that $2,000 to your trading journey through MyFundedFutures, for example, that $2,000, even if you blow up a couple of evaluation accounts, but hopefully you can get a payout, that's going to give you much, much more experience than putting that $2,000 into your cash account and blow it up in the first week. Because that's what I did in 2018 and 19. I know there was prop firms. Prop firms were existing back then in 2019, 2018. Not the same way like they do today. But the way I burned a lot of money is I was depositing $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 into my Forex brokerage account. And I was just burning money away. Imagine if I would have put those many, many thousands of dollars aside, dedicated to my prop firm journey to learn to be a better trader. Much better investment. Because if you don't give up, and if you keep the focus and you want to get those payouts, that quote unquote investment, because that's an investment, that's your tuition as a trader. That's your tuition to learn trading. Okay, what you put into those evaluation accounts. And that's what we need to learn. I wish, oh man, first in 2007, I was 23 years old. In 2007, the first time I approached trading in the Forex markets, obviously totally different times. And then I stepped away for 10 years. I wish that at my time, there were prop firms existing the way like they do today. And I wish there would have been someone who would have told me the same thing I just told you guys right now. And I'm sorry, I just steered away from the multi-account management, but I just needed to say this because this was such a great question. I wish there was someone or a, I don't know, like a social platform, like here at MyFunded TV, or a group of people online that could have helped me with this information that I just told you. It would have been so great. Man, my life, as I said, I was 23 years old. My life would be completely, oh my gosh, absolutely big changes. And that's why I said a couple of weeks ago, I told you guys, we were having a topic about, we were talking about the how we are actually spoon-fed by prop firms and all the social media. And I'm not talking about the negative side of social media, but the positive side. Having a community, all this information for free, by the way, everything for free. There's so many information to consume and so many possibilities. One single laptop with a you can go to your local McDonald's Wi-Fi with a cheap laptop that you buy on Craigslist. I don't know what's there, but I don't know, with a cheap laptop, and go to your local McDonald's and you just save up some money to a core account. And boom, you're in the business. That's all you need. And dude, I wish somebody would have said this in my time. ICT is free. So I wish somebody would have told me. And obviously different times back then, but now it's the perfect time. Okay. I totally steered away from my original topic. How many times do we have? I feel like I can't finish that multiple account management thing. I only have 3 more minutes. Oh my gosh. Kaboosh. Kaboosh, thank you. Do you know what the PD array matrix is? Somewhat I know, but I don't want to say it right now because ICT would be laughing at me. So I don't want to say it back. PD array matrix. I know. By the way, I somewhat know what it is, but I'm not going to say it. Infinite times, yeah. Farina, hello there. Time flies as well. Exactly, Abhishek. Saboosh. No, my favorite catchphrase is gonna be the sabotage. Sabotage. David, thank you so much. Fatality. No, I'm not gonna do that. How's everybody? By the way, I see is the Rocket Scooter fam here already? What's happening? I see more names in the chat now. Sam Tabo is better than Tom Sabo. Okay, that's cool. Trader Age, hey, good to see you. Stick around, yes. So the Rocket Scooter is in the house. So as I wanted to, I think I will be finishing up this thought process with the multi-account management because I think it's super interesting, and I didn't get like not even 50% of what I wanted to say. I'm doing great, thank you so much. They are coming. Oh my gosh, gotta be ready. This is some orange juice, by the way. Don't worry about it. It's not vodka orange or something. The Rocket Scooter fans. If you guys have any questions, by the way, about risk management, multi-account management, or anything trading related, let me know. I am super glad to help you guys out. If I have some information, mostly from my personal experience. No vodka Red Bull. No. No. I have to get those Rocket Scooter emotes. I have to subscribe to Matt. I think I have to get it. So again, I think we're gonna finish up this this multi-account management thing tomorrow. Do you know any profitable traders who trade while drunk every day? No. No, but you know, no, that's different. I'm not going to say movies. Like Wolf of Wall Street was about different things. Yeah. So, let's see if there's any questions. The lights, they are ready. Don't worry about it. The lights are technically always ready. And of course, I have to get my shades ready as well. So I just want to say again, I'm super grateful and thankful for being here at MyFunded TV. And we're going to finish up with this topic maybe tomorrow, right? Multi-account management. That's the goal. And that's by the way, one of the reasons I think Matt is doing a great job, because he also spreading the risk between those accounts. And I think that's just a great thing. And, you know, copy trading is good too, but spreading the risk between multiple accounts, that's a good job. That's what you need to learn. Facts. Yeah, don't do drugs, kids. You're absolutely welcome, Nicholas. I think you should be sticking around 7DS. I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question there. I know you had a question. So stick around and find out. Exactly. And, you know, it's not my department. Thank you so much, Dan. Oh, you're going to play the audio. Awesome. Awesome. You know, visit my channel anytime, and we have some crazy stories over there as well. Saboosh, the sabotage, right? The sabotage. There you go. Formula One, yes, I've been. I like it. I like it. I mean, you know, in my time, you know, the greatest champion was Michael Schumacher. I'm not really following nowadays, but, you know, I love the latest movie, the F1 movie. I loved it, by the way. If you guys haven't watched the movie F1 with Brad Pitt, go and check it out. I think it's an amazing movie. It's just an amazing. It has those positive vibes. I love it. Hey, Leo, what's up? Yeah, it's great. It's Marx. I don't even know who's the champion, world champion right now. So I think I should be checking that. You have a Michael Schumacher signed Ferrari jacket. Oh my gosh, that worth a fortune. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. It was like I think it was like 12 years ago. I was in Austria for skiing, and the closest I could get to Michael Schumacher, he was also skiing. Unfortunately, I mean, he did not have that accident at that year, but we were in the same town in Austria. And all I could see is that Michael Schumacher was surrounded with bodyguards and everybody, but I could see him across the street. That's how close I could get to him. But it was like, I don't know, 13 years ago or something like that. That was the closest I could get to. Yeah, exactly. Come to Hungarian music. I will try my best. Entry music. I don't know about that. So as I was saying, if you're having one account, focus on one account. If you're having multiple accounts, gotta remember to spread the risk. And just a word about copy trading. If you're still kind of like starting out with your accounts, I would say do not copy trade, even if you have multiple accounts. There's nothing wrong if you're new and having multiple funded accounts, but please do not copy trade. Do not copy trade. It's going to make it a lot easier for you. All right? It's going to make it a lot easier. Yeah. Exactly. It's going to be easier. And that's suicide for newbies, because you think you can multiply. Hold on, Matt is here. Let's just texting him. Yeah, Matt is here I'm here. Matt, don't worry. I'm going to do your segment. It's all right. It's all right. I can't do the transition. Oh, yeah, Danny is here. All right. Sorry. So, here it is. We have the music. Okay, have to put on the noise. Come on. There you go. Let's go.
I know. I was like talking in the back end. I was actually watching your show on the front end. I was just like, I'll just hang out with Tom then. We can take it from here. I'm fine.
Of course. Let's go, everybody. Matt is here.
I'm sure like Denny's like running from his, from his microwave with a plate of food. Like, I got it, guys. I got it. Like running back to it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he was doing it.
Taking a leak. Cool. He's like pinching it off and zipping it up and running back to the computer.
Then he's laughing. I love it.
That's so funny.
I love this music, man. There has to be a way to drop this on Spotify somehow, so I can, this would be amazing.
You wouldn't think that this wasn't written by Armin van Buuren or something. You know what I'm saying? It just
Never.
It's so good.
It's great. Do you like Armin van Buuren, by the way?
I do. Yeah, I saw him last year, actually.
I love his music. I think
Dude, awesome.
He is maybe the greatest DJ in our time. I think.
I would agree. I think he's one of my top 3. I'm a huge fan. I love house music, man. A big fan of Armin. I'm a big fan of Swedish house. So like Sebastian and Axwell and those guys.
Yeah.
I like a lot of stuff. I just saw. I had tickets to go see Audion. I was actually sick, but IDOC went to go see Audion on Friday. We got a lot
nice.
Yeah. Who's your favorite? Who are your top 3 DJs?
Well, obviously Armin is there. I was listening to Paul van Dyk like 20 years ago. I was listening to Paul van Dyk. And who else? Oh man, I couldn't really tell. These actually, I don't know if Armin is still doing the State of Trance show. I think he's still doing it. But I had, back like 20 years ago, I was downloading all the episodes and I was listening in my car every day, the State of Trance. I just loved it.
Yeah, anyway. that's kind of where when I first got into like EDM music, that's one of my first exposures was State of Trance.
Yeah, I loved it. So, what is happening in the market? Tell me something. What's going on?
Well, I've been watching this market just sort of blast up. Now, today the bulls actually returned. It's different than the weird short squeezy market we had. Stocks opened flat, and then people just started buying like right out the door. Stocks just got it. People just essentially gobbled up everything. So this is an actual genuine bull run. I'm not eager to short this or fade this anymore. It feels like the bulls are back. The VIX has started being in decline, which we wanted to see, the supportable market. So it just feels like the general bullish market is back. Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
We got minutes, right? Then anything can happen too.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So everybody be careful when the release happens. So all right. Chad, thank you so much. It was a great time. I had a lot of fun. It was a great topic. So we're going to continue with this tomorrow. And I'll let you guys with Matt stick around. Lots of value. And who knows, maybe some freebies too. I'm not sure. So Matt, I wish you a great session, great segment, and see you tomorrow. Right?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Cheers, everybody.
Right. Guys, get some W's in chat for Tom. Love his show. Awesome. Denny's picking up his plate of spaghetti on the floor because he's running back to his computer, dropping his lunch everywhere. Hold on, guys, I'm coming. Speaking of Swedish House, in my Discord, we have this really fun thing that we do where people post AI songs and AI pictures of stuff. And this was one of the pictures. Actually, let me get this really. This is one of the pictures somebody posted. If that picture looks familiar to you guys, that's AI Matt with Swedish House Mafia. That's that photo right there. So somebody made that photo, but the matte version in front of my trading screens. So if you guys are Swedish House Mafia fans, they're like one of my favorite DJ groups in the world. On that note, pretty creepy looking photo with all of them having like black beady looking eyes. They don't look human. They look like aliens. And the AI photo version of it. But yeah. Good stuff. Okay, guys. Market's pushing up. Nice. How's the VDH competition going? Oh, man. It's so good. First place. And still in first. And crushing it. In middle of the update, I'm still in first. It's been pretty good. But no trades today on that account. The thing is that to win a contest, you not have to be good at trading. You have to win the contest. Right now, the incentive for me is to do nothing until somebody passes me up. And I mean, only do A+ setups at all. Today was not an A+ setup, not worth the risk. It moved up. I traded in all my other accounts. I see on my screen, everything I did was green today. I didn't lose a single trade. It was awesome. My winning streak has continued. It's been really fantastic. But the opening move, I took the longs right out the door. Most of my accounts, it's B setup. We traded to there, and then I closed out. And then the market started stabilizing. I traded a little bit more here by taking some short scalps, and that's basically it. That's all the trades I did today. Longing through there, shorting through there, and I've basically been chilling. And I just took a short off of this green line here, and I'm actually about to close it out. And I get that next green candle. I'm gonna close it out, and that's gonna be it. So tiny little short scalp. No real evidence that the market's going to sell off. It doesn't feel like it, but DD band is always a resistance. 88% of days will close in between the green lines. I don't normally take that short when the confluence goes against me. This is going against my proper training of when I lose confluence, I don't take a short, but I can also trade really small or very quick. The reason I say don't take a short because it's very unlikely to sell off. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to take that profit really quick. Hold on, let me close this out. Hold on. Okay. All right, let me update the P&L screenshot here really quick. Close all that out. Hold on, y'all. Okay, let me get a screenshot for y'all. The updated P&L, Matt's fully flat. Now I can, like, my conventional trading says I don't short against DD band when DD ratio is greater than half. But if I do, it's just a scalp. It's tiny little moves like that. It's not to short for reversal. So in reality, like the training that I give in the boot camp is like, don't short for reversal. The overall trend is likely to keep going up, but it doesn't mean you can't take that initial rebalance scalp. So this is the total for the day. So far, so good. So I just took that tiny little scalp right off of here, 276 to 250, about like a 30-point rip on that. And that's basically it. Nothing else for the rest of the day till minutes. Today is going to move, guys, and I'm going to tell you, don't sleep on this. This is the middle of the move. It's either going there or it's going here. Okay. One of the two. Coin flip. Have fun. Whatever you guys feel like. Do I long up DD band? I do, only on the break and support. So break and support is usually when you break through it, I'll let it move for at least an hour, and then the next hour I look for the support or the next big run. I don't just take tiny little breaks like this. I want it to develop for at least half an hour to an hour. And then when it returns there, I will long off of it pretty much every single time. When I tap it, especially on just a straight run move like this, I know there's some resistance. So I can take short scalps in here. In my conventional training with you guys, I've been taking little 30-point, 20-point short scalps left and right. But again, inside this bullish-ish market, all of those trades have won. I'm just shorting from the right spot. But clearly, I'm wrong on the direction, or not actually wrong on the direction. I'm shorting against the direction, but that sometimes I'll do that. When they're obvious trades, the market just runs straight up to a resistance pivot, I can take some scalps off. I did that actually, both of those in here as well. But I'm not shorting for reversal, even though it can happen. I'm just taking a little bit because it's very obvious that you get a little bit of pullback on that. And do I want to long from here? I don't ever long extended into the DD band. This is now my sit out time. If the market does sell off, hey, that's cool. I'm flat though. Right now I'm going to sit out and do nothing until we get pivots. You know what I really think? I'm absolutely 50-50 on this coin flip today. I have no indication that this market is going to sell off other than it sold off pretty hard yesterday. And today could very well be that day that does the same thing. It doesn't feel like it, as genuine bulls have returned to the party. And it really feels like this is just a bull day that's going to keep going up. But minutes, right, is the coin flip I'm talking about. And the market's sensitive enough to really kind of react to it pretty poorly. Nvidia up today, Apple up today, everything up today, everything bullish liquidity map. Amazon straight up. And Amazon does have some resistance here, but nothing was really selling off. Everything just, like, people were just grabbing all the stocks out the door, especially the big ones. And that's it. So yeah. All right. Do you guys have any questions for me as a trader? Normally I come in here with a lesson and teach you guys something, but let's do something a little different today. When the minutes come out, they come out at 2. Let's do a little Q&A if you guys like. Ask me anything you want. Do I trade? How do I trade all-time highs? I don't even pay attention to the previous day. So it doesn't feel any different to me. I don't use that psychology to prevent me from trading. Every day is a new day. I never look at like bigger term charts to be afraid of markets at all-time highs. Did I go to the Abhishek wedding? I did not. Wait, you got married? Congrats. I didn't even know. You should probably pay attention to the group text. Who is your daddy and what does he do? It is not a tumor. What is your pre-market ritual? I get up at 3 a.m, dip my face in a bowl of ice, and then I run around the block for an hour. Actually, no, my pre-market ritual, I get up at exactly 7. I get it ready to start the stream. I read the news. I mark up my charts. And that's basically it. I don't really do much. I make sure all my dynamic levels are drawn on the chart. You know those, Ian. And then I will read the news, make sure I'm not missing any major headlines. I'll review the news coming out for the day on the economic calendar. Scroll through financial juice to make sure nothing big is happening. And then basically start the stream. I spend about 5 minutes prepping pre-market. That's it. I don't look at any charts. I don't look at any tickers. I don't do any studying. I just briefly go over the news and what's topical. And as the years went by, I've gotten very efficient at knowing what I need to do pre-market. Abby got married like a month ago. Man, I feel so bad. I gotta tell him congratulations. What is my trading strategy? I use gamma exposure and arbitrage indicators. I trade off of volume pivots only, no candle patterns, no chart patterns, no ICT, no flags, no nothing, no overlay indicators. I trade off of what my algo says. This is support, this is resistance, and I trade plans between these levels that are drawn. These are areas of liquidity and high volume, and I trade volume to volume. That's it. Do I think the online prop trading industry can be as big as the prediction market companies, Kalshi and stuff? I think the prop trading industry will become as big as Wall Street itself. Every trader or investor on the planet in 10 or 20 years will have prop traded once in their life, I feel like. It'll be as common as a 401k. That's why I'm getting in at the bottom. I feel like the prop industry has nowhere to go but up because it's such a great place for beginner investors and traders to keep trading. And as time goes by, more and more people are going to be introduced to trading and investing because it's becoming more of a casual sport than anything. When I started trading futures, nobody even traded futures. There weren't even micro futures when I started trading futures. There weren't like retail futures brokers that you can just pick one and go with. They were kind of like cumbersome to find a broker and get going and find a platform. So nowadays it's like, just go to Ninja and there's your Trade app and trade on your phone. And like in 10 or 20 years, it's going to be even crazier. Trading is going to be one of the most common things everybody gets into at a younger and younger age. There's people coming to my stream that are like, I'm in high school, man. I just got out of junior high. I'm 9th grade. I want to get into trading. I was like, I got into trading when I was like 28 years old. Kids in junior high are getting into trading. So prop trading is going to get even bigger and bigger and bigger as trading becomes more accessible to average folks. Abby had like a year-long wedding. LOL. What size I usually on my trades? And I have an equation that I use to set my prop sizing. An equation I use for my real account sizing. Typically on my prop accounts, I'm trading about one NASDAQ and about 2 S&P minis on average. Heavier hitting trades, I'll trade 2 NASDAQ and 4 S&P. If VVIX is under 100 and VIX is over BBB and vice versa, they give more weight in one or the other. So VVIX is the Ving. So think of it like this. VIX is the Ving of the S&P, okay? If VIX is going up, actually, let me draw it this way. Let me give you guys a little clean slate so I can draw on here. If ES is, if VIX is going up like that, then S&P, if S&P was flat, a higher VIX means the S&P gets wider on its oscillations. That's what VIX means. The V, this is a V right here. The V's get bigger. If VIX gets bigger, the V's get bigger. But you can see that the middle point of this is pretty much the same. It's oscillating around the same point, just the peaks and troughs are bigger. And if you're to draw a line, it's a nice linear sort of slope. Now, that is only the case if VVIX is going nowhere. If VVIX starts going up, then the VIX itself starts oscillating in a linear fashion. Therefore, the S&P starts oscillating in a non-linear fashion, meaning the S&P gets wider exponentially with some curvature. So these are like derivatives. This is the volatility of the S&P, well, the SPX, and this is the volatility of the VIX. So long story short, you can answer your own question by what you said. If VIX is above triple B, then the S&P is sensitive and higher volatility is likely. Okay, so the V's are likely to get bigger, but in a nice linear fashion because VVIX is low. If VVIX is low, it prevents the VIX from moving fast. So we're not going to get the VIX rally up pretty quick on news events, which means like a day like today, the minutes are probably going to be a mild effect on the market because the VIX is just sort of like in the scary place or market sensitive, but VVIX is okay. So it's like not like it's too sensitive. Like minutes with VVIX less than 100, I can expect the minutes to probably stay in here. If VVIX was 110, the minutes could do that. And that's the major difference, right? You're going to see the Ving not get exponentially bigger. So when VVIX is high and VIX is above triple B, your sell-offs can become exponentially worse, meaning that it sort of curves and speeds up as it falls, if that makes sense. So low VVIX means the impact of the VIX is going to be small, which means the Ving is likely to stay relatively linear. Or not exponentially big. If it gets bigger, it's just going to get like slightly bigger. Great question. FOMC is at 2 o'clock. Say VVIX 5 times fast. VVIX. Oh, no, I can do it. I can't do it. That one's too hard. VVIX small. Somebody said small DX, small DX. That's funny. Is there a possibility of a long on yellow? Yes. Yellow is more of a coin flip, though. So we really treat yellow as a pivot. If the market is crashing for certain reasons and it's crashing through a yellow, that it adds to the move. If it's supporting yellow, it adds to the move as well. So I don't ever use it as a predictable direction. It's just a pivot to trade from. It's more coin flippy than anything. We've noticed over the years, we don't have any indication of confluence on whether that's going to resist or not. But usually when markets do sell off, they do sell off from my little yellow lines, but it doesn't guarantee that each one will. But if there is a sell-off, you can guarantee it was usually off of that. Yesterday's sell-off was off of that line. Today's supporting that line. So very coin flippy. So I don't normally long off a yellow. I usually treat it as an exit target. Sometimes I'll short off of it like today, but tiny scalps. Matt casually teaching chat calculus to a bunch of degenerate gamblers. Love to see it. Yeah, so S&P, VIX, and VVIX is like position velocity acceleration. VVIX is the acceleration or the velocity of VIX, which becomes the acceleration of the Ving in the S&P. Yeah. So if you're not a dog, then you're a dog. I must have missed some things you guys are saying in chat. How do I determine the 100 level for VVIX and the midpoint for VIX? Okay, so VVIX being greater than 100 is just how VVIX is. That's kind of like where it's stable. That's anecdotal from like years of trading. Above 100 is just when the VIX goes out of control. And the VIX itself is sensitive. Below 100, it's contained. A typical bull market, and you can just look at it yourself, is going to have a VVIX pattern. We can look at it. Let's do it like a daily chart. You can see over time that VVIX, for the most part, kind of stays, my mouse is here, below 100. In nice bull markets like we had this month, you can see that this year, we mostly stayed above 100, right? Since the rally in April, VVIX kind of stayed below 100. Above 100 is when you get those big crazy sell-offs and kind of the bear market sort of setup. So below 100 is pretty casual. This is the 2023 to 2024 rally before the tariffs came out. Or sorry, tariffs here, August crash of last year. And you can see all inside here, it's less than 100. Actually, the strongest bull markets is when it's less than 90, just rock solid. This is such a strong non-volatile market. Anything less than 100 is good enough to be bullish. Anything less than 90 is like super, super bullish markets, usually like that. And triple B is just a calculation that we do on the Tuesday before the third Wednesday of every month when futures roll over. It's the midpoint between that close and that open on current month and forward month. It's just the midpoint, and it stays there all month. Simple calc to do, and you do it once a month. Yes, sir. Somebody said, Matt, bro, trading or job? Are you asking me trading or job? I will always say job. Trading is not a sustainable source of income for people for a long time. Until you get good or you find out a way to build a business out of trading or influence out of trading or something to sustain an income, everybody that trades has a side income. I don't know anybody in this world that just trades without another thing they do, including myself. I have 18 streams of income apart from trading. So trading is, almost like gambling. It can have ups, it can have downs. Income is consistent. Income pays your bills. Trading increases your wealth, and if you're good. And then that invests in other streams of income, which bring consistent income. When you get better and smarter with money, the goal is you should never gamble on, I just want to be a trader, I just want to be a trader. That's not how it works. Everybody that you see that looks like they're a successful trader is already proof they do something else. That Instagram or that YouTuber or something, or those pictures of that Lambo is generating them money from social media. Everyone who trades will have a second stream of income, whether it's a day job or something. So always tell yourself when you want to become a trader, what else am I going to do? Don't ever just be like, I want to trade and nothing else. You got all your eggs in the gamble basket. What happens when you blow up? You're at zero. What happens if I blow up? Well, I just wait. I just go to my bank and put more money back in. Or even if I have nothing in the bank, I wait a month and the streams of income just are filling the pot, take more out. So trading increases wealth to build more wealth. Yes, if you're good. But the answer to the question is trading or job. Always job. Always, always job. Never sacrifice a consistent stream of income to trade for a living. If you decide to quit your day job that you hate to trade for a living that you love, yes, by all means, worth it if you're good. But also be looking for another job to support that, because you're going to need a way to bankroll yourself when you blow up, or a way to pay your bills. That way you don't have the stress of needing to pay bills with your trading income. So that's a great question. Every trader I know, even if they're making millions of dollars, are investing those millions of dollars in other business opportunities. What else do I do for a living? So for me, I own businesses and all kind of stuff. And Rocket Scooter is, somebody says some of those 18 sources of income. Rocket Scooter is one of them. I created a trading platform. It's a huge, huge part of it. I created Rocketplace, which is a marketplace, an entire marketplace, a huge part of it as well. So I created online businesses. I own a staffing agency in India that hires programmers to do source programming work for other people that want to build stuff. I built trading platforms for people. I built all kinds of stuff. They just source us as programmers. I have an infinite pool of talent to pull from, and then they hire me to build projects for them. Stuff like that. I just own the company. I don't do any work with it whatsoever. And I source those same people to help build Rocket Scooter. And instead of owning, the company, I own the staffing agency. So I can hire people at whim whenever I need to. So if I need 20 engineers tomorrow, I own the company to find them. So that business assists this business. So the income streams are built in that sort of fashion to build those things. Yeah. And then IDOC and I are going to build a pickleball court and a boba shop and a custom fitness concept that we invented as our next 3 businesses. Yeah. Now the reason I say that is because while trading is great for income generation, trading also is a variable risk, just like any other business. But as you start to get there's a difference between richness and wealth, right? Rich, I always tell people, rich is money that you can spend, and wealth is money that your grandkids can spend, right? And trading is just another stream of income. And if you're really good, it's consistent sometimes. But what I do is, as I'm making money with trading, the thing I don't go is say, oh, I made 100,000 this month, and I've got 200,000 to play with. Let me start betting twice the size. I don't ever try to scale trading up like this. Like, your goal isn't to have like a $10 million day trading account and then making $2 million bets, when right now you have 10,000 and you're making $200 bets. Your goal isn't to keep scaling trading. You want to keep trading as a consistent high dollar worth of your time. Sure, I try to make about 10,000 a day, up or down. That's great income from trading. If I go any harder than that, and if I'm risking $1 million to make 100,000 a day, I can lose all of that in 5 minutes. But you know what $1 million buys? A fucking boba shop that prints money every day at zero risk. You hire a college kid to run it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you're at the level of having $1 million to spend, you're not going to be taking that and day trading with it to have it vaporize in a second, right? You're going to take that money and put it in something. And hiring a college kid is pretty risky. Yeah, maybe some of you guys would be risky. Because the point is, though, trading scales to a point where it becomes stupid to risk further, where you can easily generate income that's consistent at almost zero risk over a long period of time. Last thing you want to do is, vaporize $200,000-$300,000 in the market. You could have bought into a restaurant that prints, $1 million a quarter. You don't know. And so as you get bigger in trading, always think of, especially when you get started in trading, always think of what kind of businesses you're going to do, especially as you grow. It scales so quickly. Like, each business I have prints money, and then I take the money and build something else and build something else and build something else, and on and on and on and on. I always teach people that. I probably could be one of those like wealth generation coaches, but it's a pretty simple formula. Just don't put all your eggs in one basket, and don't risk everything in one thing in life. Diversification is the secret to wealth. I always tell people, have different things that like one is a hedge against the other. Like, if the economy tanks, I have businesses that are still going to make money, right? So I'm like covered in all cases. There becomes a point where investing in stable income makes the most sense, and then you start making a fortune just from all these passive streams of income. Imagine you have a business that you put $1 million in, and it's making you, $25K a month. Doesn't sound like a lot. But once you have $1 million in assets and you're making $25K a month, now you got cash flow and they got assets. Now you can take out a loan, accelerate the next thing, build the next thing, and now you got $50K of income coming in, pay off some of the loan, have more assets, get another loan, build another thing, and sooner enough, you're going to scale like this, pay off all your loans, and now you're just cash rich from income at practically no risk, and someone else does all the work, right? Do I own like real estate, like shopping center, apartment complexes? I don't talk about anything further, but I gave you guys a few hints. Some of the things I do, I don't want to like give people like the idea. I have some pretty cool ideas that I like to keep secret. Yeah. Nothing is safe during the upcoming crash. It'll be like nothing we've ever seen. Hold gold, silver, land, ammo, chickens. Raise your own chickens because you're going to need some eggs. But yeah. Somebody said, take out a loan against your assets, which you don't have to pay taxes on until you cash out. But with the loan, you get money to invest or spend without paying GoSam. Helpful, has been through like the school of life. These are wonderful pieces of advice. How about live streaming a homeless boxing league? Somebody used to do that, and I think they got in a lot of trouble for that. They got sued or something. Did you see a bull flag on NQ on 5 minutes? I think that right now, I'm not going to try to use technical analysis to predict the market. This is a really weird recovery day off of yesterday's selling. I think the market's just resetting to where it was. I don't see anything other than a coin flip from here. I can't really predict up or down from here. On Discord, do I post my overnight levels? Yes, I do. How do I set my orders up and buy? Walk us through. You pay for lifetime and still confused on how you always green? So, right. So you're watching me trade on stream pretty much every day. At night, I usually, since I don't run like a signal service, I don't make trading call outs overnight. I don't tell people, hey guys, I'm shorting. Hey guys, I'm longing. Not my job to be a trading service call out guy. Last night, it was just consolidating flat. I still just felt bearish and I just aped into a short. Auto traded that, closed out at profit target and left it alone. I usually only trade long side off of monthly hedge pressure targets. I missed all of this because IDOC and I were doing something. So I missed that. But in the overnight, it's been a solid bull market. I've got the same trading setup. I long off of hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure every night. Yesterday was the only day I didn't do it. Because I jumped in here, I set it, went to bed, woke up with money. So my overnight pivots are longing at monthly hedge pressure, longing at hedge pressure, and I used 40-point stop in NASDAQ and 10-point stop in ES. Every night, pretty much the same trade. The other setup I do is I long at the open. So if it just looks like it's supporting at the open, like we gap up and we're consolidating, I'll sometimes chase an open with the stop slightly below the gap fill and then run it up my 40 points and 10 points. I've been shorting more lately. Yeah, you guys love to see time when volatility starts coming back and I finally start shorting a little bit. We're going to see monthly hedge pressure. It's in the Rocket Scooter platform. It's the only platform that has it. And one thing that somebody else has said is like, hey, I'm in your lifetime program. You're confused how I'm always green. Well, here's how I've always been green lately. I've been on a really good lucky winning streak, but also 15 years of experience. Even with the same levels, the same setups, the same everything, I'll probably be green if you're not, because of experience. The way I handle a trade, execute a trade, move stops, move positions around, set stops. The way I manage the trade is the most important part of it. The intuition I have, right? The way that I can handle the position if it goes against me. The expertise that comes with that is the reason for profitability. It's not just the pivots or getting in at the right place, getting out. Oh, yeah. Somebody talked about the guy. Yeah, the boxing guy. He got sued when he went on Dr. Phil dressed as Dr. Phil. I remember that he was protesting. He was like, exploiting people for money. Isn't that what you do, Dr. Phil? And Dr. Phil kicked him off the show. Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that. That was a pretty cool ironic twist there. All right. More questions. This is Q&A day with Matt. No lesson today, just Q&A. How much did I make today? This right here. My 7 accounts, 5 accounts. I think that's the same accounts I've been trading. I think that's a total of like 15 something. How long to be in a good spot of opening up with money? That's hard to say, man. What time do I set up my overnight? At 5:45. So 15 minutes for the market opens. I've got my overnight pivots already done. How long to become profitable with Rocket Scooter? You've been trading for 3 years and not profitable yet. Let me tell you, it's not the tools that do it. And I can't tell you a guarantee or anything with any kind of training, including my own, to guarantee success. Trading successfully is a personal journey, and don't sweat it, because I wasn't profitable in my first 3 years either. That's part of it. You're on a path to discovery. What I will tell you is that Rocket Scooter will be part of your path to profitability, and so will hundreds of things. As you're exploring profitability, try different things. If something doesn't work, try something new. Practice something new. Try something new. Everything is going to help you become profitable in some way as a collective experience. No one tool is going to get you there. So while I do think I have the best tools on the planet, clearly, but I'm really honest with traders and teaching you guys that everything you try is going to give you some new perspective, whether, ooh, I learned something. Ooh, this is good. I can apply this. Or, this is crap. It's not going to work. Both of those are great answers. So you need to try things, make small step changes in your process and see what helps, what doesn't help, and just sort of grow that way. Some people have been trading 3 years and not profitable because they're doing the same thing over the last 3 years and spinning their wheels. Like, oh man, this guy sold me this algorithmic trading package that I bought and they said it works. It looks like they make $1 million. It never worked for me, but I'm still going at it 3 years. Maybe it'll work for me one day. Is it possible that it works for him and doesn't work for you because you're an idiot? Maybe. Or is it possible that works for him and not works for you because you're getting scammed and you're spinning your wheels because you spent $10K on the, all-in-one algo package thing, indicator, whatever, course package, $10,000 mentorship, whatever. It's very possible that what you're doing is just not a good thing and you got to make changes. As a trader, what I realized, my biggest growth came from the most amount of changes I made. Not rapid changes, but change something, explore something, test it out, explore something else, test it out. And don't give up, dude. My first 3 years, they weren't memorable in a profit sense either. Can imagine my life without trading? Probably not. But because trading has become such a big part of me and my family and my businesses and like me as like a, an educational figure, I guess, that has a lot of purpose to a lot of people. It's almost given me like a love of trading. Like an author loves writing books. I love being immersed in it. Not in a sense of like I'm addicted to it, but I love being part of the industry because I actually do feel like my little hand in it makes a little bit of difference somewhere. And that gives me an extreme amount of purpose. I feel so proud of what I build and what I create. So trading will always be part of my life. Even if I'm too old to see the screen or something, I'm still going to have somebody write down stuff I say and make books. I don't know. I love being part of it. What do you think? Do I think regulations are coming out for props? And if so, what? Oh, great question. Okay. So prop firm in its traditional sense the answer is yes, but the answer to that is also don't worry. I know regulators, I know prop industry, I know a little bit of everybody, and I know what's coming through the pipeline. Prop firm typically is you pass a test, right, in some capacity, and, yada, 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 you get money to trade with, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. This industry has lasted for the longest time. Go to some New York City prop firm, pay up some money, pass a test, they give the test, they fund you with money to trade with. Easy as that. But the prop industry you guys know about right now is very similar, but there's this intermediate step called sim-funded. Okay? In the middle, you can get paid in sim-funded. You get paid from your paper trading. There's this little step that is the questionable regulatory step. Every part of this is absolutely acceptable and regulated and fine. If regulation ever were to change the industry, all we'll ever do is just remove that. That's all it can do. And then all your prop firms just become pass the eval, we'll give you money to trade with. And it pretty much comes down to how prop firms will modify. I'll tell you exactly how they're going to do it. Oh, 53 core accounts. Holy shit. Substantial RI_K30. So to answer the question is what normally is going to happen is that pretend that like regulation steps in, the prop industry is not going anywhere. It's actually going to get even better if they do. What will happen is pretend like right now you trade an eval to a balance, right? An eval to some kind of balance. Okay. And then you pass. Then you go funded. And then you go to a balance. And then you pass. Then you take that balance and then you get a payout. Okay. The part that regulation would change would just be that, the payout. So what's not actually going to happen is, in the prop industry will just evolve to this. Eval will go to a balance. You'll pass the eval, you'll go funded. Funded will go to a balance. Then instead of giving you that balance, they're going to just put that balance into a live account. Once you earn the live account, then kick you to live and then allow you to trade that balance. And then you just make money off of that balance. The worst the industry could ever do is eliminate the sim-funded step. Because then sim-funded firms just become a regular prop firm, which has been around since Wall Street's been around. So great question about regulatory. I love answering that question because in reality, that's the worst you can expect. So prop firms will just modify. Maybe some of them will become brokers. Maybe some of them are already becoming brokers right now to get ahead of that. That's the future. You pass an eval, the prop firm sponsors you, gives you a live account, and then once you go live, it's in their brokerage. And you can expect that with most of the big firms taking that route. Yeah. Matt going to win the title, the BDH? Hell yeah. I'm in first place, hopefully. We'll see. Did I make 80K yesterday? So in the account that made 80K yesterday was a contest account for Pat Whelan's BDH World Championships. Between all the mega influencers and Twitter stars and YouTubers and everybody was invited to compete in there. And I'm currently competing in that competition. And in that competition, I'm in first place out of 1,500 traders. And that's what you saw. This is not real account. It's just a paper account. It would be lovely if I made 80K yesterday in a real account. Oh boy, that would be awesome. But it was only the contest account that made. The other accounts were up like maybe 10 or 15K, I think. Great question. The boot camp is okay if I attend recorded session. Yep, just do the recordings. They're all there. You don't have to be at the lives. What time to set my overnights? 5:45. Answer that question earlier. So I brought up a good point about handling trades. It's something that you just learn over time. Yeah. Over time, you'll start to realize that trading success is not about picking the right place to enter and exit. That's called efficiency. Trading success comes from how you manage a position, how much you get in, how you trim that position, where you manage your cost basis set, where you stop. These are the important things. And as you work through your risk management like development, you'll realize that the fine tuning of your approach is the difference between profitability and not being profitable. You got lifetime and like the platform. That's why you're trying it. Oh, very cool, Bull. I'm so glad to see a new face in the team. Y'all are rooting for us at the BDH. Awesome, man. Well, that means a lot to me. If someone joins my course or group, do I teach the way I trade? I do. I have a training boot camp that only costs $1 a session. I made it the cheapest, best education you'll ever have. I really much stand by our boot camp training program. It started on Monday. So if you guys are like, I'd like to do your training, Matt, you have to start today. You can't fall behind. We do it every 2 months. There's the link. It's $20 for the month for everything that I teach, everything that I do. On my 5th year of trading, when I went full time, what other sources of income did I have? So when I went trading full time, I was transitioning out of being an engineer and transitioning into trading full time. I had my connections in engineering. I worked part-time as an engineering consultant, probably between like year 0 and maybe year 1 or 2 while I was trading. I would pick up an odd job every once in a while, consulting. I could work from home. I can make a quick 50, 60K, on a project. I consulted my expertise that I had in the field of catalysis and reaction engineering. And I would spend, maybe I'd go in the field like a couple of days and do the rest of the work remotely, and basically had just a little bit of like bumps of income to support the trading when I went full time. And so I sort of like didn't just cut cold turkey. I started trading full time in 2015. I think my last consulting gig was probably like 2016, 2017, somewhere in there. But I mostly was like full-time trading as the majority of what I was doing. But still, though, it was still attractive for somebody to say, hey, we need you for this project. Here's the rate, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, quick, free, easy money. I'll take it. But yeah, something you can do from home, something you can do at night, something that you can do that's consistent, that doesn't interrupt your trading. Yeah. I worked on a bunch of little odd jobs and projects. All my friends in the industry and stuff, they needed somebody to, hey man, we need you to review these P&IDs for this reactor unit. Can you give us your expertise? And I would be like, yeah, sure. Send them on over. And then I'd build them for it and stuff. How do you lose money again? By switching contracts or something? Yeah. So if you trade a forward contract in another year, like Z5 is what we're trading December. If I go to look at like March of next year or June of next year, you'll see the bid-ask spread is really wide. If you open and close a position very quickly, you can calculate how much you can lose. The bid-ask on NASDAQ could be like 50 ticks. And therefore you can say, oh, every 10 points on NASDAQ is $200 of loss. So if the bid-ask spread is like 20, then you can lose $400 just opening and closing one contract. And if you want to lose 4,000, open and close 10 really quick. Open and close, you'll buy at the ask, sell at the bid, and you can literally lose exactly the amount of money you need to get consistency out, which isn't a problem because MyFundedFutures doesn't have consistency, but the other firms that do. That's how you bring yourself back into consistency if you accidentally make too much. And then you go to your Trade-Ovate and program your win limits so that you don't go over consistency the next time. Yeah. Good question. How long have I been trading my overnights? My overnight trades I usually set them and go to bed. I set the trade, set a stop, and then the platform closes the trade at a certain profit automatically. Great question. I'm catching up to y'all's chat. If you subscribe to all tools at Rocket Scooter, does it include Bootcamp? Yeah, so if you use the platform, Bootcamp's actually free. What's the minimal amount access needed to gain access to actual Rockstar platform with indicators? It's only $99 for the first month and then $159 every month after that. Is there a brokerage that you can use that doesn't require a deposit to purchase market data? Unfortunately, in futures, no. Every futures broker will have a minimum deposit for a futures account. Futures is just weird like that. AMP is the cheapest account to trade, to deposit as minimum deposit. AMP is $100. Most brokers is about $500 to open the futures account. I know I'm skipping some questions because y'all. Would I host a competition and as a prize give 1 month free trial of the platform? I could actually host a competition and give out a ton of prizes. That'd actually be pretty fun. That'd be actually really fun. All right, questions. All right, I've caught up. What are the margin requirements? They're pretty standard. I think they have. Let me double check. They're all very much similar to each other. Let me get you guys day trading margins. Get you guys. I'll give you the link for it. I don't know what you're trading, but let me give you the AMP margins. Here it is. Here's the link in chat. Go there. That'll answer all your questions on that. Typically, you go to your broker, and this AMP is who I use. I love it. And EdgeClear is also really good. Probably two of the fan favorites these days. AMP for S&P. For day trading, $400 contract. For NASDAQ, $100 contract. Overnight maintenance, 23 and 33. So it's pretty competitive and similar to most people. $400 or $500 is pretty common for day trading margins in a good solid FCM. How much do you need to trade one contract on a personal account? Well, with most brokers, like AMP in that example, $400 for S&P, $500 for NASDAQ, but you're very over leveraged if you're using the day trading margin. What's the main reason for not shorting a catalyst? Because catalyst creates extraordinary amounts of possible volatility. Catalyst can cause a cat happens makes VVIX go up, which I told you earlier. When a cat is active, VVIX will go up, which means the market can stop like being linear and start to accelerate its fall and create that curvature. So the problem is you have no idea, kind of structure falls apart and it starts accelerating. So I don't short a catalyst because I don't know how quickly or like I don't know how fast, how low it's going to go or how high it's going to go. And anytime you're like shorting in a catalyst, like literally the market just can pop against you in a second. The volatility is so wild and out of control. Not only are you getting it at the weirdest spots, because the uncontrollable volatility in the VVIX going up makes it really hard to manage a position in a catalyst in general, longing and shorting. Is my trading method depend on having Rocket Scooter? It is these days. It's so good. I don't trade anything else. The pivots are just rock solid. I've abandoned everything else I used to do strictly for these tools. What are my total profits from trading? I'm not really like over time. Like that, at least that much. Yeah, that's definitely that much. But over time, I'd have to sit back and go back and look at it. My tax returns get crazier every year with all the millions of things I do. Now, if you're asking if I make 5 to 10 million a year, the answer is yes. But that's everything I do. Why would somebody pay $9,950? They can learn the way I trade for $20. Well, no, $99 is for you to have the platform yourself, and you can use, like, it's the tools in the platform. I could teach you how I trade for $20, and if you want to use the software, the payments for the software. Yeah, software is actually browser based. So you can use it in a computer, on a Mac, PC, a tablet, anything. Yeah. How do you get the software? Oh man, you guys are asking a ton of good questions. Well, I really appreciate you guys having interest in what we built. I'm very proud of the entire platform that I've made. Here's the information about it. Holy crap, has an hour gone by already? How the DD bands are calculated based off margin requirements. Yeah, it's a reverse engineer of the CME span program. We take the margin requirements, we reverse out a range from that, and then we draw that range distance from the previous day's close. That range is presented in this table at the bottom of the platform. So for S&P, that range is $57.50. So yesterday's close, 57.50 up or down, is the DD band. That magic number is a predictable high volume pivot. As you see, the market has hit that area. We predict that from yesterday to the exact penny. Yeah. It's a futures margin structure thing. You learn the software. Can you watch videos in Discord? That's correct. The boot camp is the videos in the Discord. We just do it live on the boot camp. You can watch the videos or come to the lives. Yeah. Great Q&A sesh. Hi, I'm Matt. Ask me anything. All right. You guys got 2 minutes. Ask me non-serious questions before I get out of here. Something not trading related. What would y'all like to know about me or my life, or, you know, what my favorite song is? Favorite food? Indian food. I love it. Barbecue sauce or ketchup? Ketchup. Texas don't eat barbecue sauce on their meat. Barbecue sauce is for wusses and Yankees. I don't need syrup on my meat. You know what Texas barbecue sauce is? It's vinegar and vinegar and onions. We eat our meat with salt and pepper. That's it. I put ketchup on everything though. Did you do a study on first touch of DD bands for second and third? Manchul, great question. The answer is no. The percentages of DD band is just a basic, do we open or close in between the band? 4% of days will close above by end of the day, 88 in the middle, and then 8 below. We've never done first, second, or third touch type analysis. But that's to answer your question now. That's it. Is the plant behind you real? It's really awesome. If fake plants from IKEA are real, then it's real. How did I meet iDoc? On a dating app of all places. And she ghosted me for like 3 months before she finally messaged me back. Favorite game this year? The Battlefield 6 beta is going to turn out to probably be my favorite game. Also, the Final Fantasy Tactics remake that I'm playing on my Steam Deck is fantastic. It's such nostalgia to go back and play that game. Yeah, so Battlefield 6 comes out on Friday. You guys go to my Discord, Rocket Scooter Discord. We have a gaming channel. We're all going to be playing Battlefield 6 all weekend. If you're Battlefield players, we'll all squad up and have some fun this weekend. Do I go to church? I do. I was raised Catholic. favorite metal band. Oh my God. I think like it changes from time to time. My favorite like melodic death metal band right now is probably Dream Shade. But I grew up on all the classics, man, like Pantera, Metallica. I've seen a lot. The concert I've been to the most in my life was Gwar. I've seen Gwar 16 times. And rip Dave Rocky, of course. But that was a tradition of mine to go to a Gwar show every year, ever since I was like 12 and 13 years old. I've got my playlist. Let me read you some of the stuff on my playlist. Ready? I've got Darkest Hour, Misfits, Red, As I Lay Dying, Chevelle, Evans Blues, Scar Symmetry, Sonic Syndicate. I'm just scrolling down my playlist here. The Under Oath, The Bravery. This is all mix of rock and metal, though. Lord of the Lost, it's a really good band. Dream Shade, of course. Starset, Papa Roach, Hailstorm, As I Lay Dying, Machine Supremacy. So that's some stuff. Mudvayne. And on and on and on and on. So my playlist is pretty crazy. Do I like Linkin Park? I love Linkin Park. A couple more. How old's my kiddo? 7. What's your sleep schedule? See you overnight trades. Automated. I don't stay up and trade them. I set them, forget them, go to bed. So my kiddo 7. Do I listen to Metallica? I definitely love Metallica. Yeah. Am I still playing guitar? I still play guitar. Do I color my hair? I don't color my hair. Actually, no grays. Well, actually, I do have grays. If you look very closely, the beard is finally starting to get some grays. But as of now, I don't have to dye my hair yet. It's still brown, thank God. What's my favorite musical? Oh, great question. I think my favorite musical I saw was probably Rent. Well, the music was the best in Rent. I was a big fan of Book of Mormon. Was pretty good. Also, I've seen Book of Mormon probably the most, maybe like 5 or 6 times. And IDOC and I just went to go see American Psycho, the musical. It was actually pretty dope. You all saw the movie with Christian Bale. All right, a couple more questions before I got to get out of here. We are running out of time, you guys. What's my favorite movie? I think I have a whole list of favorite movies. My favorite movies were probably like I'm such a film school answer, but I feel like Citizen Kane is the best movie ever made. It's like the first movie with a crazy twist in it. But I love I'm like such a movie buff. It's so hard to answer the question. But I love movies that just are like psychological thrillers or take you on a twist or something, like Usual Suspects, Fight Club, giant war epics. I loved Braveheart, Last of the Mohicans. Movies like that were always really good. Country for Old Men, one of my favorites. Anything Coen Brothers makes, probably my favorites. I like quirky, weird comedy. Speaking of the Coen Brothers, like Big Lebowski and stuff like that. But I also dude, my list goes on and on and on. Movies. What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you? That's a good question. I'd have to think on that one. It's been a while. I can think of something that's actually the craziest, most embarrassing thing. Okay, a couple more things. Do I watch baseball? I do watch baseball. We're kind of a baseball family. My little brother used to play for the San Francisco Giants organization. He was a pitcher. So we were a big baseball family. Okay, a couple more questions. I got to go. Favorite candy? Anything sour? Like Sour Powers or Sour Punch straws? I love those things. Or Sour Patch Kids. Or Skittles. Can I kickflip? Yes, I can. Can I still kickflip? I'm not really sure. But I could always kickflip when I was skating. Do I like guacamole? I love guacamole. Shawshank Redemption, Usual Suspects. Yeah, Shawshank Redemption is one of my favorite movies. And people don't know that was written by Stephen King, or the book was. Very cool. Tequila or whiskey? Whiskey. Couple more, and I'm almost done. Almost done. Favorite movies, specific or inspiring to me in life. The Pursuit of Happiness is by far one of the most inspirational movies you'll ever see. And it's also a trading movie. If you've ever seen it, it's pretty amazing. That's like a movie. That's like a don't give up movie. All right. 7 is great. Yeah. Anything. Anything that, yeah. Oh, anything that, David Fincher makes is fantastic. Every movie he's ever made is so good. Am I Italian? No, I'm French. And Secret Life of Walter Merino is good. Cowboys fan. I am a Cowboys fan. That's my football team. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I got to go. I'll see you later. My least favorite country and citizens of this country. My most favorite country is the country of Texas. Howdy. I'll see you later. I got to go.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.